So maybe we need to put that on silence for a while. Just take an hour for yourself, because you don't do that. When you finally get home and you turn the TV on or whatever it is that you do, you like music, actually. You really like music.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, the music is where you go. But you like to dance, but I don't see you dancing a lot anymore. Like, but that is in you to want to dance. And I do see you. I want to say when you were younger, you not you were a professional dancer, but you used to go dancing. Like that's who you are, and you have lost that spark. So I would love to see you turn on some music and just shut yourself away and turn the phone off, unless that's where your music comes from. But turn off the phone calls, turn off the texting, and start cutting out soda and start saying no. As for the addictions and everything around you, you can't cure anyone. And if someone is going, if that is how they're going to go, that's their choice.
Yeah. Well, the only other thing is, like, when you said something about the crossroads in my life about my relationship, the
Yes.
relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's complicated because I wanted to say something because, like, I have a good friend that stays, around me at all times. But have my father's kid, daddy, that we were together 14 years, and then the man I was seeing, he's incarcerated. So I don't know, like, I've been like really going through like emotional and stressed out about, like, and having mixed emotions about what I need to do, and like a lot of feelings just come back. And
So that would be the door, the opening and closing. I didn't realize that would signify incarceration. My guides tell me, again, you have to go back to you first. So those relationships, they have to be put on the back burner. So I'm just going to stay with you, Hannah. I have another caller, but I'm just going to stay with you. I have a few more minutes left, but this way we can, I can devote my time here. So I would say, yeah, you need to put those relationships, those men on the back burner, especially when it's incarcerated. If you want to stay in touch, you want to write letters.
just my child, the kid's father, he's incarcerated too, but he's a trustee, but he's changed his life all the way around, gave it to God. He's like, he's probably living for God now, and he's been living for God for about a year and a half, 2 years now.
Gotcha. That would, so you would be the one.
That was my baby father, yes.
So I pulled these two cards, and I would say these are for you: religion and spirituality, and keep the faith. So they would be dealing with him. But my guides and my angels are still telling me that I know you're confused on everything, but we need to get you healthy first. We need to get you in a good place first. All of that confusion that's happening with him being incarcerated, even though he's turned his life around, it's you that we need to get clear first. Before you can deal with that, we need to get you to like yourself again, really like yourself, to feel.
I don't know who I am anymore.
Exactly. And that's why the angels or guides are saying we need to put that on hold while you just find some space to do a little bit of dancing, a little bit of joy, a little bit of happiness for just you, turning the phone off, not listening to everybody else. That's what you need to do. And that includes the men. Everybody needs to kind of go from you, unless we need friendships. I understand all that, but all this burden, Go ahead.
just had a double heart attack and had to have open heart surgery Monday.
Okay. Okay.
Like an hour and a half away from me.
Interesting. So right before I did this, I was getting chest pain. I was getting my throat closed up. And I also saw someone that was being shot. So I don't know if you know anyone that, I'm just putting this out there in case any of this is with you, because the chest pain, it felt like I was having a heart attack. So, right. So that there's one more person, one more weight that is on you yet again. And it does, even though you love these people, you have to put yourself first. If your cup is already running over, there's nothing there for you. You have to fill your cup up with yourself first. That has to be full for you, so you can give to everyone else. So everything that, as it overflows into everyone else, that's how that works. But if you are filled with everyone else, there's nothing there for you, so you have nothing to give. And you have to be able to give to yourself first. And you're not.
I've engaged myself in a very long time. I've not done nothing good or nice for myself in a very long time. And what I tell you, get up.
Right. I can see that. My guides are telling me that you are not. You're not doing anything for yourself except for working. You work, you sleep, you eat. Everything you do is for somebody else. Even your profession is for somebody else. You are not living any dreams or passions. You have a dream. We all have dreams. You have a small passion, whether it's something like writing, painting. There's something that you like to do creatively.
Yes, it is. Yes, I do.
Okay. And they're telling me you need to start doing that again. You need to start doing that again. You're not going to, they're saying about money. They're saying you're not going to make money at it right now, if that's what you're thinking, but you need to do it just for your soul, for your spirit to feel alive. You need that to feel alive.
Yeah, because, my dad's very sick also. That's another thing on my plate. He's got 2 different types of cancer. I've lost my mother and my sister. I'm dealing with it so much.
You need to stop, my dear. You need to stop,
and
Hannah.
He's been really, really sick to his stomach, and the doctors can't find out what's wrong.
The one with cancer?
But he's been nauseous. Yes, my dad. They can't figure out why the nauseous is so bad.
Where is his cancer?
He had prostate and right close to the chest, like it's in the lymph node.
Ask them to check
his kidney. On the left breast, he has a knot that come up, and it's some type of tissue. They did a mammogram. It's some type of tissue.
Ask them to check his kidneys.
Kidneys.
Yes, he needs his kidneys checked.
Yeah, because they had to do that once before because he was seeing blood, and he had to go to a urinologist, and that's when they found the cancer.
His kidneys are what's making him nauseous.
Okay.
He needs to have that checked again.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that because he's been, would that make him really nauseous and hurt kind of towards the back area a lot?
I don't know about the back area.
Well, he had a back injury a long time ago, but.
Oh.
With the doctors cannot find nothing. They have tried everything, but they have not tried. But they have not tried the kidneys yet.
Try the kidneys, and the kidneys. Yes, your back. I'm sorry, I thought you meant something else by back area. Yes, that would affect your back.
The kidneys will make you very nauseous and sick.
Yes, it would make him nauseous because of the prostate cancer. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It could possibly be.
Say that last part.
You said it could possibly be.
I think it's his kidneys. I definitely think it's his kidneys. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm diagnosed. Me and both my kids have muscular dystrophy. and there's no cure for us.
No cure
But
for.
I get up in the muscular dystrophy.
Oh, right. Wow. You have a lot on your plate, my dear. A lot. So I just want to go back to your father. The eating. So you just make sure that he is eating with his not, because he's nauseous. We want to make sure he's getting the right nutrients as well. And I don't think he's getting all the nutrients that he needs. So you need to make sure when he gets his kidneys checked that they check, however they check nutrition, the nutrients in his body, to make sure that that is that's the correct levels.
The nutrition in his body.
The nutrients of his body, like whatever we need, like vitamin D, A, all those different things. You need to make sure he has the correct nutrients, because he's not eating as much as he should because he's nauseous. He's missing, I would think it's potassium. Have them check potassium.
Okay.
So kidneys and potassium, and then the nutrients.
Okay.
And we have about a minute yet. So if we get cut off, just know. So potassium, kidneys, nutrients, and you should ask them if there's anything he can eat that's like a smoothie that wouldn't hurt his stomach as much. Although I don't think he should be eating anything like dairy products, because I feel like there's some kind of lactate, something with lactate, whether it's deficiency or
like lactose.
Right. I don't think he is, but he might be now that with the cancer, things might have changed inside of with his body. We have 60 seconds, just so you know. So make sure he can eat like, I guess liquid foods is what I'm trying to say. But I would take the dairy out if you could. That will help his stomach, to coat his stomach. They can do something to coat his stomach so that he can eat something. So those things, definitely check with him. And I just, because we're going to run out of time here, again, I want to send you love and peace. And please put yourself first. Just take even 10 minutes for yourself every day. Just shut everything down. Go listen to your favorite song, whatever that is from the 60s. I feel like you like a little bit of the 60s music, and just listen to it. Whether it's Janis Joplin, whatever, listen to it. Just one or two songs. You have to do that for yourself. And do the creative project. Get it done. Hannah, get it done. And you have people around you that love you. You don't see them, but they love you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, welcome to Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny Show. Have you noticed that we've got royal blue on here to celebrate the coronation of King Charles III over here in London in the UK. So if you're watching all over the world, then it was a fabulous weekend. Everybody enjoyed it. And what about some of those American artists, Lionel Richie and Katy Perry? Brilliant display. Okay, so let's get started here today. It's 7 p.m. in the evening here in London in the UK. I know that it's 2 p.m. over there in New York City and 11 a.m. down in Los Angeles. So we're going to be taking some callers today and answering questions about their lives and about the future. And maybe, just maybe, we'll get a couple of spirit messages that come through from those lovely guides, those souls who have passed into spirit, and we'll see if we can get those connections. Now, I'm using here a very ancient set of cards. These are Greek, and it's about the Greek mythology that shows on all of the cards that you can see. So we're talking about the symbols and the Greek gods as well that are going to give that ancient divination through in the readings. It's quite interesting to just mix and match and use some different tools so that we can still see what is ahead for you. We're going to be looking at pathways today, and those pathways will be prominent as well in the crystal ball. And I do tend to use my crystal ball a lot during readings, mainly because it does actually show. I'm just getting my tools sorted out here, so just bear with. It's always one of those, isn't it, when you haven't got something to hand. So let's see, here we go. There we are. So the crystal ball, let's see what we can see in the crystal. I illuminate this really, really well. So we've got our first caller now, Gwendolyn from Massachusetts. Hello, are you on the line to Eleanor Grace? Hello there, how are you?
Yeah, I'm wonderful. And yourself?
Okay, yes, really well. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Now, I'm just looking here into the crystal ball, and you came straight through on the call. So I'm going to see what is here for you. Firstly, I can see a platform, and it's as though you've taken yourself to an edge. It's really as though you're about to launch yourself into a new phase in your life, which is really quite exciting because it does bring in lots of different opportunities for you and new possibilities, which are always fabulous, aren't they, when we're creating new possibilities for ourselves. So don't be afraid here to go close to the edge of what you want. Perhaps it's difficult for you to say things to people that, you know, you're being too kind or too nice or too shy. But I really do want to push you to find your voice and have that great big say. Really important, because it's a leap of faith that's coming through, and you may be a little bit nervous. Find some courage within yourself, but you're launching into a new pathway. So you're breaking away here from the past decisions that you've made. So choices that seemed to be great a few years back are no longer relevant for you. And that is unusual. It's unusual to see. So excuse me, let's have a look and see what's in the cards. Does that ring true with you? Do you find that this is now like a big leap ahead? Are you feeling that within yourself, that you have to turn away from past mistakes or decisions and start again, like open a new chapter in your life? Yeah?
Yes, I am feeling that way, and I'm like really confused as to if that includes my relationship, if that, like, this whole new thing means leaving that behind too.
Well, you've got the 9 here. It's the 9 of Wands. And this is a card that really describes your situation as I could see it in the crystal ball. In the crystal, it was a platform. You're going to the edge. You're about to jump off it, really. But it does take courage to do that. Here, with the card, the first card that I've drawn for you from the Greek deck, this is about you crashing the ship that you're sailing on. That means your life. You're crashing your life on the rocks. But it's 90% that is going and only 10% that you're keeping. Now, obviously, that 10% is you, plus, secret passengers that you can take and that you can choose with you, to go with you. I do feel that there's a lot of arguments. You've got this very sort of argumentative card here, which is all about communication not being very positive, negativity that's around you in relationships. So let's see what's coming next. I don't feel as though you have to be a big drama queen and sort of end everything in your life and move on. I think it's a bit more gradual than that. Here, though, you have a card which tells you about your relationship, and you, whether it's true or not, you will be feeling betrayed. You will be feeling as though you haven't had 100% of the commitment that you really were looking for and the commitment that you deserve. So it is difficult for you to be able to reassess. Now here...
Yes, because I do feel as though there may be some cheating. I just kind of feel it in my gut.
Yeah, there is a betrayal there. Your partner, was he... What is the story about his ex, an ex-wife or an ex-live-in partner? There's somebody that's trying to sort of pull here, just sort of pull on his shirt tails and say, look, come back, you're mine. This card here is for you. And this is about moving on. It is about finding yourself in a different situation. Let me take you another card. And it's going to happen quite quickly because you've got this speed that's around you. So you're taking that leap of faith. You will do that. Regardless of your position today, these are events that are unfolding. Let me get you a timescale card, because I feel as though this is within 3. Yeah, you see, you've got judgment. We've got the number 3 here, judgment that is coming after that. So 3 months at the most, absolute most, it's going to be a time where justice is served. So this is when the truth will come out and you don't have to ask questions. It will be obvious. Everything will be seen by you. So I feel very strongly now that your best course of action really is to plot, plan and scheme, if you like, sort of be the high priestess. Do make arrangements for yourself to protect yourself. Do make sure that you've got a little nest egg. Do make sure that you are trusting good quality friends. Keep your own counsel. Don't be tempted to tell all and sundry, to tell everybody about your position or about your feelings or about your intentions. It's very much a time for the next 3 months to really look after yourself, take care of who you are, and try to think only about what you really do want for the future. This is not a time for revenge or discovery or trying to blame somebody else for what's happening in your life. It's time to be brave and to say, right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this course of action. I'm going to plot it out. I'm going to plan to be successful. Because rarely do we plan to fail, do we? And you don't want to fail this time. You want to make absolutely sure that you're the one that's in control of your own destiny. Angels are with you as well. And I do have to say that, that I can feel them coming into my room. I can feel them here all around your face. So I feel that you will be sort of touched here. It's like a little cherub face that I've got, and somebody holding your head, kissing your forehead, and it's just like an angel kiss that you're being given. So the spirit with you, those loved ones in spirit who come, really, I feel, to share everything with you that you hold dear to yourself, and marking out a route and a pathway as well for you. This is a straightforward arrow, and it's really clear in the crystal. So let's bring this up again so that we can all sort of share in this pure quartz crystal. It really does look lovely. And what I'm seeing here is you enjoying that sense of spirit, really having the power of the quartz crystal to help with cosmic orders. And I think we're going to do a cosmic order for you. We're going to make a wish here because I think you need a bit of help. So everybody that watches the video, either playing it back or live, think about making a wish for our caller here so that we can say, look, find that courage. Do be prepared to move rather quickly, to make your plan and take yourself through those guiding lights that Spirit are bringing here for you. So we wish with harm to no one that opportunity and an opening will be granted to you, will be brought to you, and Spirit will do that. You're gaining a particular soul in spirit who's going to act as your mentor, your guide, that is taking you forward. I feel a little push, this, very delicate touch around your cheek, so you may dream about that. I feel that this is a lady in spirit, possibly mother, grandmother, because it's maternal line here that I am seeing. But I do feel that this is an opportunity now for you to gracefully accept that you are going to be making changes. But don't be worried, you will be helped. It's not a journey that you will be taking on your own. So I do hope that reading helps you and gives you that sort of turning point, I suppose, to say, okay, well, this is it. It's marvelous. And this is what we are going to do. So best of luck with your journey. And I will speak to you again. You can always come through to me for an email reading or a psychic reading, just like this, but it's personal and face-to-face on my website. That's gracedestiny.com. So hop along there and you'll find out all about me. So thank you very much for calling in, and we'll speak to you again. Hope you enjoyed that. Right now, we are going to go to our next caller, who is coming through straight away. I feel that our next caller is here. Hello, are you on the line?
Hi, yes.
Hello, Kathy. Hi there. It's Eleanor Grace here. I'm good, very well, thank you. And Kathy is in Wyoming, so thank you for coming through onto the show. I'm in London in the UK, so we're a long way away from each other, but we are going to get very powerful connections. Now, first of all, I'm using cards here, and what I want to see, Kathy, is where you're at here in the in the display. So these are ancient cards, and looking here, you've got the world. Well, the world is really amazing. It shows that you're reaching all corners of your strengths as a person, both mind, body, spirit, and also that future pathway that is really very strong. And I think that you're reaching out to everybody. So this is about expansion now in your life, and it's a personal expansion too. So you will be aiming now at new developments for yourself, at you taking either new courses or training, or perhaps even a hobby, a new project or a hobby that absolutely creates a marvelous opportunity for you, because it opens up something new that you haven't tried before. So there's a discovery here as well of talents and skills that you just never knew you had. So test yourself now and don't be afraid to really sort of push the boat out and try something new. Let's see what the next card has got to say to you. Don't forget, these are my ancient cards, which are about Greek mythology. So they tend to go under the surface rather than just look at the sort of froth on the top or the icing on the cake. No, we don't do that. We look under the surface, and that's where we can get decisions. Well, decisions has come through next, and that's judgment here. And that's very important because it means that you've got a clear mind and clarity of vision. And this is an opportunity for you to make a decision that's really good. And it's about you. It's about you. So let's see what's next. We've still got our cards here. So let's have a little look and see what we're pulling through. We'll go dive straight into the middle. Why don't we do that? Let's have a look. Wow, look at that. That's the High Priestess. So this is you now deciding very much upon who you are as well. So what qualities do you have to have? Have you really tried hard to expand your life into a new direction? But this female here is going to be significant, very important for you as a mentor, as a friend, possibly, but also as a family member. So I feel there's somebody close here to you that is going to sort of grab hold of you and pull you out of where you are at the moment and help you to move forward. The expansion is really quite big. It goes across all corners of your life. So it's a bit like reinventing yourself and putting on new outfits, new clothes, new image, new you. That's what this is about. There is somebody as well who I feel is this woman here. She is a bit difficult. She's somebody that could be quite a disruptive influence here in your life, and a person that you need to beware of and perhaps, keep your distance from. I think she's in your circle of friendship groups or neighbours, people that you encounter, generally speaking, on a daily basis. So this is where you will find your own personal sort of parameters. So I don't like this lady. I feel that she's, cloning you a bit, trying to find out a lot of information about you, being underhand and perhaps a little bit undermining. She comes into your life as a bit of a creative person, a teacher, a leader, somebody who says, oh, look, I can show you the way to go. I can give you all the answers and find solutions to all of your problems. All you have to do is listen to me. Now, that's when you've got to have that little bell ringing up there saying, no, I can make my own choices and I can have my own mind to be made up. And I feel that this is where everything begins to go very quickly, and you will find that you're in an entirely different situation to the one that you think you're in. So let's have a look now at another card as well. Let me just see what is here. So again, we're going back to the mythic here, and we're just going to dive in on this section of cards that I have. Now we've got the Empress. This is lovely. This is about you moving on. It's about you taking control of your life, and it's about you being able to settle with a home environment that really suits you. So it's like maybe a house move. Are you thinking of moving house? Is that something that's on your mind, or creating a lush home environment for yourself? And you've got water here, so you are likely to be near water. So is that something that you're contemplating at the moment?
Yes.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Yes.
You are. Brilliant. Okay. So with that move, do you feel as though you have to do this, that there's an energy around you that really makes it very important? Now, don't forget what I've said about this lady here, who is a thorn in your side. Do you recognize her?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, she's also the high priestess. She's somebody that hides herself in plain sight. So she will be a friend, family member, neighbor, somebody that is perhaps a work colleague even, but she's hiding in plain sight, but she's undermining you. So you're going to make a judgment call here. And the judgment is to move on. And that is to celebrate yourself and to put yourself in new circumstances, new surroundings that make sense to you, that give you a really, really great position to start off with now and to start your life with again. It's like that. It feels like that to me, that you're starting something again. Now, I do have the initial C around you. This is from someone in spirit, but also a H as well. So capital H and capital C. I'm seeing those very clearly in your aura when I'm connecting to you. Do you live by the ocean? Do you live next to water?
No, my home is next to the ocean, though.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It seems that there's a lot more water in your environment, where you're living in the near future, which you like, and I think it's good for you. So whenever you can, go to the seaside or the river or a lake or even just a little stream and just listen to the water. And if you could get anything like a waterfall or a water feature in a garden or in a park, or sit there, because Spirit's coming close to you and it's the water that's attracting your spirit guides to you. These are family members, though. So these are your ancestors, there's 6 of them. And so you've got a surrounding pool of souls in spirit. They're all trying to get through to you here in your dreams. So you don't go into deep sleeps, I don't think. Your subconscious is really quite lively. Is that true? Do you find it that you're sleeping, then not sleeping? Are you doing that at the moment? Yeah.
Right. My sleep has been very sporadic.
Okay. Well, this is when Spirit is coming in, and this is sort of tapping. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Are you there? It's that sort of tentative feeling, but there's a lot of psychic power in your family and in your ancestry and in your history. So that will have come down to you. And this is why perhaps you're discovering that you're not sleeping a solid 8 hours or sleeping all the way through, that now it's a time that you really do need to be thinking, all right, if somebody's trying to wake me up or get me out of bed or push me off a chair, perhaps I should consider looking into the areas of meditation and mediumship a little bit more. But you will do anyway, because you're intrigued, and I feel that that's very special for you. So the initial of C and the initial of H, they will be important. So again, we've got this card here of you feeling as though everything has passed you by, that decent people, the people that you wanted, are no longer there. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, here's somebody here who is making a difference now in your near future. This is a man who is, as you can see, full of money. He's got money at his feet and he's quite well placed. Now, he's going to make you a proposition. It's an offer or a proposition which comes through from, perhaps it's work, perhaps it's around your home. But this is a man that's significant. Are you waiting for money at all? Are you waiting for a decision on money, such as, I don't know, a financial rebate or a loan or something that is going to just give you a bit of a financial boost? Because I feel that that's very prominent in the whole of your reading, because you've been picking up some coins, some gold coins, putting them in your pocket and moving yourself around. And I feel that that's a situation that will help you. So within the next 2 months, so I feel now the end of May, April, June, midsummer, you will be in a much better position emotionally and financially, but moving on is part of that. Here you've got the dragon. Now this is a spiritual dragon here, and it's a dragon that you've fought, and that is a lucky emblem, I feel, for you, and it's behind you now. So the battles that you have had are gone, but don't encourage them to linger in your mind or in your heart. So feel strong and make things happen for yourself. Let's look again into the crystal ball. So if you can try and just give yourself a really sort of strong opportunity to look into the crystal. And this is a quartz crystal. And what we're going to do is, we're coming towards the end of the show now, and we're going to look at how we can make a cosmic order, an affirmation for you. So your dearest wish, I feel, is to be able to have freedom and to not be tormented either by the past. That is very clear here. And a new start, a new beginning. There's all new beginnings tonight, with 6 souls in spirit around you. So you're never walking alone, and you won't do. So let's make another affirmation for our caller with harm to no one. We're going to wish onto the crystal ball, all together, everybody that's watching. And I just want you to feel the power of the crystal, see the aquamarine lights and see the quartz crystal glow. And this is all about communication and your aura and how you're cleansing your aura. So what we're going to do next is make that wish with harm to no one and bring all the good things to us. And you can do this for yourself at home. And we just blow very gently onto the crystal ball. And there we are. There's our wish. There's our cosmic order. And I want to welcome you back next week at the same time, where we'll have more callers and we'll make some more cosmic orders. But in the meantime, if you would like a little mini reading, then get across to my website. That's gracedestiny.com. I've been Eleanor Grace, and it's been a pleasure to read for you. And see you again very soon. Bye-bye for now. Bye.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Wendy McCallum Show with Wendy McCallum. Live from divineintuition.co.uk.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Wendy McCallum Show
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Thank you. Hello, good evening and welcome. My name is Wendy McCallum and this is A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. So welcome. This is my first ever show and I must say I'm really excited to be here. But I bet you can hear my heart. It's going ding, 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 ding. So I'm absolutely really nervous as well. So please be patient with me. Please be patient with me. So thank you so much for having me. Last week we had some technical problems and we never quite managed it, but we've managed to get here this evening. So thanks for your patience. So my name is Wendy McCallum. I am in the UK. I live in a place called Surrey, which is just outside London. And you might notice I've got a little bit of an accent. I've got a wee accent. And I'm originally from Ayrshire in Scotland, which is Robbie Burns country. So I've been down in Surrey for about 30 years, but not lost the accent. So what is my show going to be about? Tell me. Well, I would like you to tell me what you want me to do. I would like to engage you. I would love to hear your stories. Really, I would love to help you understand your abilities. And, you know, where does it start, really, I suppose? How do you know you're psychic? What's the difference between psychic and mediumship? There's so many questions that when we get involved in this, it's really actually quite overwhelming, you know. So how do you know you're psychic? Well, you know, you might just know things. You might just feel things. You might be aware of things. You might walk into a room and just know instantly there's been an argument in that room because you can feel that energy. You can feel that tension. You might have dreams. You might have lucid dreams. You might have premonitions about things. And some premonitions are okay. And other premonitions can be not so nice, you know. So, for example, you've got to be kind of careful, really, because the amount of times I've walked up to somebody and went, "Oh, congratulations." And they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Well, you're pregnant." And they're like, "No, I'm not." And you're like, "Oh, okay." And then 2 days later, you get a phone call. So you've got to be really, really careful with things. You might find that you're a good judge of character, or you get gut feelings about things, or you just feel things on a really deep level. And sometimes that's quite hard because as an empath, that's what that is when you feel things on a real deep level, and you know, when you connect, with other people. It can be quite hard because I got to a point where I just don't watch. I find it very, very difficult to watch the news or the TV. And I would love to hear your stories. So write in and tell me about these things. Do you find that you're like this, that you feel things on a deep level, that you find things really upsetting, or you get really over emotional and you think, oh my goodness, why am I getting so emotional about that? So, you know, is everybody psychic? Can everybody be psychic? Well, yes, everybody can be psychic. And yes, everybody can be intuitive because everybody's got intuition. And you use that intuition. And then you say to me, well, Wendy, if I'm psychic, what do I do with it? And that's the hard bit, you know. is do you then decide to develop that or not? And what's the difference between psychic and mediumship? Well, when my clients come to me for a reading, I explain it this way. Psychic is about you. It's about me connecting in with your energy. And that's if your energy allows me to connect with it. Whereas mediumship is not necessarily about connecting to you, although we do need you to be able to connect to those loved ones in the spirit world. So psychic's about you and mediumship's about connecting to the loved ones in spirit. And then we've got, you know, I talk about mediumship as being mental mediumship. I don't really like that word, mental mediumship, because we're not mental, but it's because it comes through the mind. So how do we develop these abilities that we've got? Or what should we do, you know, when we start feeling things or seeing things, you know, and when does it happen and who does it happen to? And, you know, for me, my psychic ability kind of kicked in my early 20s. And I remember I was actually in the car and I'd been clubbing, been partying the night before, and I was taking some friends home, and I was driving on the motorway and I was in the fast lane and I was doing about 60, 70 miles an hour. And all of a sudden I heard really, really clearly, get into the crash position. And I was like, what? And I heard it again, get into the crash position. And I said to my passengers, get into the crash position. And they went, what? And they looked at me like I was crazy. I went, just do it. And I put my hand over my head. I think that's because I was driving. And my passengers put their hands over their heads. And if they hadn't have done that, we wouldn't have been alive, because literally within split seconds, the car that was in the lane beside us had come out and clipped us and then sent us into the central reservation. The car hit the central reservation, spun back, spun the other way, hit something, spun back, hit the other way. So it spun 3.5 times, ended up facing the wrong way on the motorway. And actually the back seat was metal. The back seat had snapped in half with the impact. All the tyres had completely blown out and were non-existent. And the front of the car was actually hanging out the front. So there really wasn't much left of the vehicle at all. And we managed to get to safety in the spirit. And then I heard you've left the engine on. So I switched the engine off because I had a full tank of petrol. And we seemed to walk between the traffic across the other side of the road. And that was when I collapsed. And I had a suspected broken back and broken neck. So we were really, really lucky that I heard my guide. And that was when the first time that I heard Emily, my guide. So we've got different guides for different things. So you've got guides and guardian angels, okay? So your guides, guides will come and go, depending on learning curves, learning experiences, and what you've got to learn and what you're going through at that time. And guides will come to support you. But you've got guardians or guardian angels, as some people call them, and those guardians are with you from birth, are with you even before you're conceived, as you come into this world. And those guardian or guardian angels are with you through life. And normally guides cannot intervene in life, but I believe guardian angel can, because Emily did that day. So that's one of my stories. I've got lots of stories. Like, if you want to tell me about your stories, please write in and tell me all about them. In fact, we'll get you on the show and you can tell everybody else about your experiences and stuff. So if you want to get in touch with me, get in touch with me at Facebook, which is Wendy McCallum Medium on Facebook, or Wendy McCallum at hotmail.com. So tell me your stories about your guides and your guardian angels. Okay, so how do you develop this ability? So what you've got to do then is you have to build a rapport. It's like a friendship that you build with your spirit team. And the more that you take time to get to know them, the more that they are able to get to know you and work with you, and then the more familiar you become with them. So we've all got different abilities. Some people might hear more, or some people might see more or feel more. So these psychic abilities are called the clair abilities. And we've got clairvoyance, which means clear seeing, clairaudience, which is clear hearing, clairsentience is clear feeling, claircognizance is clear knowing, and empathy is what we feel. So when we talk about seeing things, it's not external, it's not outside, it's internal, it's inside your head. Normally, very occasionally do you see spirit in full form, or very occasionally do you see things external, or very occasionally will you hear an external voice. But normally it's internal. So if you can imagine, do me a favour, just sit there for a moment, quieten your mind, and just think about your front door. Visualise your front door. What colour is it? Where's the letterbox? What is it? Now that's how you see things inside your head. So I'm aware that I've kind of prattled on a little bit here, or I've been talking quite a bit, yeah. So maybe next week we can begin to talk about the clairs or a little bit more. And then maybe you can call in if you've got questions that you want to ask me about your abilities, or tell me stories that's happened or whatever. Now, exciting stuff. I'm going to be at MBS London, which is a Mind Body Spirit event at Olympia, London. That's this weekend from Friday to Monday. I'm going to be in stall D9, that's D for Delta, number 9. And I'm going to be showing all my artwork. So this is some of my artwork behind me here, yeah. And I'm going to be there. So come along and say hello. And if you come on my Facebook page and follow me on Facebook at Wendy McCallum Medium, I will be putting a voucher code so that you can get a little bit of a discount on your entry fee at Mind Body Spirit. So, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody, I thank you so much for taking the time to sit with me this evening. And I would like you to tell me what you want from me in future shows. I would love to bring in people to talk to you, to talk about different things, healing, crystals, Reiki, counselling, things like that. So please get in touch with me, Wendy McCallum Medium at hotmail.com. Take care, have a fantastic week, yeah, and I will see you next week. Sending you much love and blessings. Take care, God bless.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Susanna Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Oh, lovely, my lovely listeners and viewers. I hope you are all very well. Thank you very much for tuning into this space here on the Ask One Radio Network, A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. It's good to have you here listening, watching and listening. I'm your show host, Susanna Medium, and it means that we are here on Tuesdays. That is a beautiful Tuesday to be here. So I hope you are all very well. Now, I know I have not been here for about, I think, 2 weeks. So it's, when coming back to something what we really enjoy doing and creating for you, I needed to tune into the energy, but then it's good to be here. So today, I'd like to talk to you about the power of words, how we speak and how we create our reality. And then you see, we all love talking, whether we are the quieter ones, whether we are the noisier, loud ones. We all love talking and chatting about trillions of things. And then even if we don't find anything to talk about, then we find something. So you might be the one who really enjoys talking about the weather. So if you are here in the UK, you start a conversation with the weather. At least in your second or third sentence, there's something about the weather. If you are living in a very cold atmosphere, very cold space, then you talk about the cold weather, the snow, and so on and so on. But we all love talking about something. And even if we are not saying the things out loud, we still have the conversation going on within our heads, because this is how we are creating our reality. But then you see, it really makes such a big difference how we are creating our reality and what kind of words and phrases we are using. And then you see, I was thinking about, does it really depend on the type of language we speak or the dialect or the accent we might have? But then it really is a natural, a human nature, comes by our human nature. We love talking. So yes, we can look into why or how things are different in different languages. But then I'd like to talk about the polarities when we are talking about something in a happy manner and finding the goodness, or we are talking about the same thing, but approaching it from the negative, the lack, it's not here, it's not working, it's not for me, it's the not conversation. So you see, I'll give you an example. It can happen to us when we have a little cold, when we have a blocked ear, blocked nose, when we feel the pain here and there. And yes, we can look into why is that. So what is happening on the physical body, on the level of the physical body. And you see, the other day we were helping in my community, we were helping somebody who had a very blocked ear for 2 weeks or something like that. So we really try to help the person, and all the healers came together and we said, oh, we are healing. No, we are in a healing mode. We are going to fix you. We are going to help you. But then actually we can help the person only up to a certain point, because the real healing, the transformation, the shift of energy needs to come from within. And then you see, you might be very familiar with the book, the Louise Hay, You Can Heal Your Life. This book. So you might be very, very familiar with this book. If not, then it is a must book to have on your shelves, because when you are thinking, oh, how can I change my life? How can I transform things? And then even when you have transformed things and things still don't work, then you need to look into what is happening within yourself, what kind of conversations you are having, entertaining in your mind. And then you see, I'm very familiar with this one. I read it more than 20 or 25 years ago. But then my attention went to the ear conversation. So at the back, if you are not familiar with the book, there is a chart where Louise Hay was collecting the various symptoms and then what kind of conversations, what meaning it has within the body, and what kind of affirmations we can use. So I looked into the ear section, and I knew it was the ability or the missing or the lack of the ability, the capacity to hear. And then the affirmation was, I hear with love. And then you see the focus was really how we are having that one person who had the blocked ear, but then that one sentence, I hear with love, really made me think and reflect in our current life. So I hear with love. And then you see, I really thought about what would happen if we did not wait for the physical symptom arise within the physical body, and then we start thinking about an affirmation, how to fix ourselves. But then every single moment we are coming from a space when we say, I hear with love. So I am bringing the words, I am bringing the high frequency conversation forward for myself, so that I am not even there to experience the pain, the lack of the sense of hearing. So I hear with love. And then you see, it really made me think, where in my life, and that's your conversation, my lovely viewer and listeners, so really reflect on this, where in our lives can we find the opportunity when we say, I hear with love, I listen with love. And you see, just really think about this, because it's not that I am looking out for one person and one situation, and then I'm hearing, and then I'm listening with love. But then, in fact, in every single moment, that needs to be, that should be, that could be, that may be, that is the preferably the most beautiful thing what we can do. I hear with love every single moment, regardless of who is talking to me. So we can say, I hear with love to the person who is my lover, my friend, my bestie, my whatever the person, my child, my whatever, my dog, my flower in the garden. I listen to you with love, but then I'm not listening to and not hearing you with love if you are the not kind person, not the nice one, not the kindest, or the lacking person. But then you see, that is the moment when we can catch ourselves, because that's the shift, that is the point of your reference, point of your awareness, when you realize that you are selecting, you are using one language to one person or with one person, and you are using a different type of conversation with somebody else, just because you have had some mind conversation and some ideas in your mind. So I hear with love, I listen with love. It goes to everything and everybody, whether it is a person who is lacking in things, and whether it is a person who is really contributing to me. So the energy and then a conversation, the interaction, the dynamics are very, very different. So the invitation, my invitation to you is just really take this. I hear with love. I listen with love. And then every single moment when you hear something, when you hear somebody talking, I hear with love. I hear with, or I listen with love. And then when we are saying this, when we say love, actually the listening is not coming with our two ears. Of course, we are using our physical ears to listen, because we need to understand the words, and the conversation needs to go on and then happen. But then we are listening with our heart, and then it really opens up a different conversation, because the heart has its own intelligence and so much underestimated. And myself, certainly, I need to learn quite a lot about the intelligence and the awareness of the heart, because everything is happening from that space. So just really reflect on this, how you are bringing that loving listening, that unconditional, unreserved, endless, this omnipotent, forever there, always the light and then the love when you are doing your hearing or listening. And then just see what is going to open up for you. Because when you have a person in your life where the energy goes very fluently, very easily, of course, it's easy to listen and to hear that person with love, because the relationship and then the dynamics have already settled in some very high positive way, high frequency way. But then when we are practicing taking on the I hear with love, I listen with love with the person whom we really don't like, we can't stand, and all those things, then that is the big shift of energy, because you will see something is going to start buzzing within your body. You will feel some physical sensation, most certainly coming and showing you, and really bringing you present to your own physical body and your sensation of your physical heart. And then you will realize that actually the whole conversation is never, or was never, about the other person who was unkind and unhelpful and lacking in various things. But then you bring the energy to your heart, and you are not listening with your mind, with your ego conversation, but most certainly you are going to listen with your heart conversation. And then if it happens to you for the very, very first time, then it's a big, big breakthrough and a big shift. So if it ever happens to you, then you will know, because you will feel a different frequency, you will feel a different tingle, you will feel something else. And then unnoticeably, you see, it's so very important. Excuse me. Unnoticeably, something else is going to be created, excuse me, in the relationship and then in the dynamics with the other person. You see, it's so very important to talk about. So very important to talk about. And then you see, it is not just the sense of hearing and listening, but I speak with love. You know, I experience things with love. And then you will notice maybe your abdominal area, your stomach, the condition, how you digest things, that is going to change for you. So you can really look into it in your own life, on your own experiences, and just have a good reflection. And then once again, you can heal your life, and that is available for every single one of us, because it takes about 30 days to start shifting things and getting into a different pattern. So I hope you enjoy this conversation. We got to the end. If you are interested in my work, please come to my website, www.susannamedium.com. And you know this very well, it's always 9 letters, ZSUZSENNA-medium.com, where you can find various things. And the coaching, what I'm offering is really a combination of my mediumship psychic abilities and how I tune in with your energy, the healing energy, and then really empowering you, not just through verse, through the arts, and so on and so on. So get in touch. I would love to hear from you. And A1R, Mr. Dave behind the scene, and all the team, thank you very much. And see you in 7 days' time. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Understanding Spirit
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. Today, we are going to talk about chakras and a lot of you may be familiar with them. Some of you may not be familiar with what a chakra is. I did find a little poster, and I folded it up for you to see. I'm not sure where I got it from, but anyway, just in case you do not know about chakras at all. I'll try to put that there. If you don't know about chakras at all, these are the energy points in our body. All right, so up the top on the crown, you will see that is called the crown chakra, and that is where our spirituality is. And then going straight under that in an indigo blue color is our third eye. And then after that is our throat chakra, which is right here. And that also connects with our clairaudience when we hear messages from spirit. Then going down, you will see the green one, and that is our heart chakra. Of course, that is everything that is, love, relationships, all of that kind of stuff, where all our emotions sit. Then we have the, just down there is our solar plexus. The colors are not great. It is, the solar plexus is a yellow color, and that is where our energy, our belief system, our control of our life sits all there, okay? And then you move down, and down here is our sacral chakra. That is an orange color. That is also connected to our third eye. It has to do with our creativity, our emotions, values, self-worth. Okay? And then moving down, you'll see the base chakra. It's in a red. It's a base chakra or the root chakra. It's called both. This has to do with all the fears in our life. It deals with our human state. So financial security, all the things, our health, everything really about life, I suppose, where we hold all our fears. We can also hold, we can quite get sick from our root chakra as well. So that's why it's always good to clear the energy out of your root chakra and just have a positive outlook on life constantly. Okay, so we're going to do a very quick meditation to clean out and do some affirmations for each of these chakras. One of the things, if you are familiar with chakras, that people don't know is that you can actually communicate with your chakras. All right, so that's why I'm moving quickly, because I want to have time for you to experience this. And like always, when I do a meditation, once you know how to do the meditation, I want you then to be able to do it at your own pace. Okay, so that you have time to experience it properly, all right? The purpose for doing the educational segments at the moment is for all of you that are intuitive, because when I do readings, I have so many people that say to me they're intuitive, they've got all these things, they don't know what to do with them. So this is why at the moment I am doing these programs in the beginning now to be educational for you, for anybody that is experiencing that. My guide at the moment is quite adamant about it. I started off that way because I was a little bit nervous, about doing all this stuff, on radio and whatever, but she has kind of really run with it now, because there is more and more people coming to me wanting to know what to do with all these abilities. They're seeing things, hearing things. So I'm just going to give you the basic tools every week, and at least you have somewhere to start, and you can at least start learning and developing if you feel like your abilities are growing or you're developing more and more with your intuition. Okay, so we'll get started on this meditation. As always, protection is key. All right, so always protect yourself, and I want you all, whoever's watching, to visualize a white ribbon of light wrapping around themselves from head to toe. Just gently cocooning yourself, being comfortable with it, and visualize a white bubble of light going all the way around your body, seeing yourself sit safely in this bubble of white light, knowing that you are safe and protected at all times. And we're going to start with some deeper breathing. That's to get you relaxed, okay? So just close your eyes and start breathing into the count of 4 and holding to the count of 4 and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4 and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4 and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. I want you to start to visualize a golden white light coming into your crown chakra. So that is at the top of your head. See it filling your crown chakra with this beautiful white light. Looks a beautiful golden color as well. And as it fills up there on your chakra, I want you to affirm to yourself that you are divinely guided. And say, I am divinely guided. You just feel it quickly expanding. Now bring the white light down to your third eye, which sits here between your brows. And I want you to affirm to yourself, I am intuitive. And see that golden white light expanding your third eye out. Now I want you to bring the golden white light down to your throat chakra, which sits here. And I want you to say to yourself, I am expressive. Now bring the white light down to your heart chakra, which sits at the center of your chest. And I want you to say to yourself, affirm, I am love. Feel the self-love, feel the self-worth filling up in your heart chakra. Knowing that you are receiving everything that you deserve. And open yourself up for compassion for yourself and also for others. Just start to see this white light coming down as the golden white light enters your sacral chakra. Sorry, your solar plexus. It's 2 inches above your belly button. And I want you to affirm to yourself, I am enough. And know that everything that you need is within you. Now bring the white light down to your sacral chakra. It sits a couple of inches below your belly button. It is also connected to our third eye. And I want you to affirm to yourself, I am creative. Then feel that you have value for yourself, for life, and for others. Now bring the white light down to your root chakra or your base chakra, as it's also known. And I want you to affirm to yourself, I am safe. I am a survivor. I shall not fear life. I am secure within myself. Now, as you just rest with the energy of all your chakras, feeling positively, I want you to ask one of these chakras to step forward and speak to you and tell you what you need in your life right now. Don't judge it. Don't go to any particular chakra. Allow them. They're the ones that want to tell you, your body, what you need. You may have more than one that you see, and that's okay. You go to them one at a time. Just focus on it. And just connect with it. See what you sense, feel, hear. Just trust that your psychic clairs are going to give you everything that you need. You may get it in colors, you may get images, sounds, feelings that come to you. Accept it in any way. Your body is trying to communicate with you and telling you what to do. Okay, when you're ready, you can open your eyes. Now remember, like I said, we've gone through this quite quickly. You will slow it down. You can also kind of record it for yourself on your phone or whatever and do it at a slower pace and see what comes through for you. Another way to make the chakras happy is with music. And also you can, when you rest, your chakras rest as well, all right? And there's power in that too. So I hope this has been beneficial for you. If this is not for you, but you know it's for somebody else, please pass it along, share it, and remember, be happy, smile, give everyone a smile. You never know what anybody's going through. That smile could be worth so much to them. Think with your higher self every day, and you will never do anything wrong, and you will always be happy. Thank you for tuning in, and I look forward to continuing with you at Understanding Spirit. Thank you for joining me on A1 Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings. How are you? It's Tammy Petricelli, and it's Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk. Our Moonstruck.tv A1R Psychic 3:15 in the afternoon. How is everyone? Let's see. Let's get in here. Okay. So welcome to Gemini season. You know, we had a nice, lazy, sensual groundedness of Taurus. Nah, we didn't. Taurus was filled with all kinds of crazy energy. Well, we're going to put a boom and a boost on that with a sharper yet more diffused time here in Gemini season. So we just started May 21st to June 21st, and this is a way to turn our energies outward again to the world around us. And while Taurus season was a time for hard work and tangible pleasures, Gemini season calls for fresh air, sparkling light for ideas and conversation. I just want to say it is the first air sign of the zodiac year. And as an air sign, its energy is bright and social and intellectual, less tethered to some of the more solid practicalities. So that means, you know, it's time to expand. It's time to relax a little bit or enjoy ourselves. But we got to watch, because it can move a little bit too fast, too soon. And in Gemini season, you got to let go of the idea that you can only act one way, that you can only be one thing, that you have to choose between all different sides of yourselves. Nope. Because Gemini season, you can recognize every part of yourself. It's your duplicity. So take advantage of the duplicity season, okay? Follow your curiosity. Don't be bored, all right? Yes, so watch what people say. Watch what you say, even though we do that during Mercury in retrograde. You know, it can get worse during Gemini season because it's kind of like putting it out there, no holds barred, you know. So just be aware of that, okay? And don't be afraid to say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it to sound that way. All right, Lamira in Chester, PA. You are so close to me, Lamira. Do you know how close you are?
I actually don't.
I'm in Newark, Delaware.
Oh,
So
wow.
It's just a hop, skip, and a jump from me. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. So, Lamira, thanks for calling in today. And do you have a question for me, or would you like me to connect you with a loved one on the other side?
I actually have a question about my love life.
Oh, well, let me just say, love life, if you know, in Gemini, I would kind of want to keep it, you know, a little relaxed, during this time.
Okay.
Well, what I want to say is this is not the time to, this is the time to be honest, right? But it's not the time to say, put a ring on it or I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Because you got to watch how you say it and how they react. So I feel like you're in a relationship now, correct?
No, I'm not.
You're not. Is there someone who comes in and out in your life, though? Relationship.
Yes.
Yes. So that's kind of a relationship, but it's a hop, skip, jump here and there relationship is what I'm feeling like. Because I wanted to say the relationship you're in is kind of with somebody who thinks they're a player or doesn't want to commit. Does that resonate with you?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. So I would I feel like with this relationship that you aren't being forthright. You're not telling him what it is that you want from this relationship. You're just kind of going with the flow. Do you understand? And
Yes.
yes, well, if you want more, Lamira, you're either going to have to tell him that and allow him to make that decision or move on and find someone who has the same goals as you. Um,
Yes,
can I
that's
have
what I'm trying to do. And I think you're talking about my son's father. That I know for a fact we will never get back together. So that's why I was
okay.
trying to see if you saw anything else in the future, because that right there is never gonna
Yeah,
happen.
yeah. So, yeah, I don't know if you have just stayed in contact more than co-parenting. Is that correct?
No, I have not seen. No, he will be missing
Oh,
for months at a time. Like this is I
okay.
don't. It's weird, you know.
Okay. All right. So I feel him, yeah, come in and out, no regularity. Okay, great. Um, what does Lamira, you're going to the wrong
Yeah.
places. You're hanging with the wrong people. And I'm
Okay.
not saying bad people. Don't
Right.
misunderstand.
Right.
I'm not seeing bad people. I'm just saying I want to see you stretch your okay. I want to see you stretch your social circle because spirit says, well, Lamira can be picky. And there's nothing wrong with being picky. You do know what you want, you just can't seem to find it. And that's what I feel why you need to kind of stretch your social circle. I do see you moving. Do you tend to socialize more in the Chester area, Westchester area? Because I want to see you move more towards the city. I'd like to see you go more towards Philadelphia with some of your social interactions. Does that make sense to you, please?
Yes, I really don't hang out in Chester a lot. Usually, I'll go
Good.
towards Philadelphia like that way, but I don't go out a lot. I really don't.
So they're saying just expand. But what I hear is expanding expanding what you do and where you go.
Okay.
By any chance, do you go to like a jazz bar or jazz club?
No.
Okay, then that would be outside of your normal social scene,
Yes.
correct?
Yes. Yes.
I want to see you expand outside your social scene, doing things that
Okay.
maybe you don't usually, do or go to, like a jazz club as opposed to a different
A
type of
bar.
club. Right,
Yeah.
right. A jazz
Yeah.
club or
That totally
because
makes sense.
because what I'm feeling for you is that you need to be in a more relaxed and genteel social circle, like
Yeah.
I don't know, the ballet, opera, plays, whatever, but Longwood Gardens, but doing
Yeah.
something outside of what your norm is, because that's where you're going to meet Mr. Right. And your son, is he about 8?
He's
How old
12.
is he? He's 12. Okay, so
Yes.
things changed when he was 8 years old. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have to sometimes interpret exactly what spirit is telling me. And you're going into yeah, he's hitting puberty, because they're telling me you're going into a kind of emotional, he's going to have another emotional change. It's going to make it, sorry, but it's going to make it a little bit harder with the dating scene, because you're going to be monitoring his dating scene and your dating scene at the same time. So
Yeah, that makes sense because my son is autistic. So I really don't like to I don't bring men around him because I can't trust anyone.
Okay,
So, that's why I'm a lot picky too as far as men, because it's like you have to love my son first, because my son's going to be with me for the rest of my life,
Okay.
and,
all right, so
so.
he won't be dating. Is he that that I didn't feel him that far. How do you, I don't know how to, I apologize. I don't know how to word
No, you're
this.
fine.
How far under the spectrum he is. Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's nonverbal. He can say certain words and recite things on his phone and things like that. But for as dating, I don't think he would.
You won't see that, but what I'm saying, okay. So it may be the expansion of his social scene, where it's not dating per se, but the expansion of his social scene, because he is getting, older, and they'll want to, introduce him to different behavioral and social things as he goes through this. But I'm going to say I'm going to give you till he's 15, and then I feel like you'll be ready to settle. They'll be ready to settle, because that's why you're picky. That's why they told me you're picky. All right, Lamira, thank you so much. We are out of time. Unfortunately, he's cutting me off, and I want to thank you so much. I hope it resonated. Good luck to you. And hey, everyone, have a great week. In the States, have a nice Memorial Day weekend. I'll see you right here, 3:15 next week. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Vancouver Island Media with Terry Lynn Boyle. Live from terrylynboyle.ca.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Vancouver Island Media
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, Tuesday on this lovely Tuesday morning. I'm Terry Lynn Boyle, coming to you from Vancouver Island, Canada. And this lovely creature next to me is Nicole Natras. Nicole is an expert in self-care and how to get there. She's an expert in journaling. She's a dramaturge. She's a playwright. She's an actress. She's done a couple of one-woman shows. What was the Mamahood one?
Mamahood Bursting into Light.
Yes, Mamahood Bursting into Light. And then her most recent one is Suddenly 50.
Yes.
Because you're suddenly 50.
Suddenly 50.
Yes. So today, unfortunately, I'm not going to be doing any readings. I am under the weather and have been for like 2 or 3 weeks now. It's ridiculous. And it's not COVID. So, or else she wouldn't be here. So, Nicole, you have a book that is out, and this is Nicole's.
Yes.
This is called Just the Two of Us by Nicole Natras.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us about this book, Nicole.
Sure. I just want to say, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. I have the privilege of knowing Terry Lynn Boyle. I wrote an article in medium.com about this amazing woman here. Because she is truly a gift, and it's an honor to be here. And I just want to take a moment to welcome everyone and to thank you all for joining us today. You know, life on Zoom and on online is an interesting life, and I know it takes what it takes to get here. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you all for doing whatever it takes to join us today. I'm here to discuss a little bit about what my work in the world is, but also I'm here to spread some love on Terry Lynn Boyle, who hasn't been feeling well for the last while. And just to get to know you a bit, my background is as an actor, performer, playwright, as well as an addiction counselor. So I have these two worlds, and my professional expertise really draws on those two worlds. And for a long time, as many of us kind of figure out where our paths take us, I wondered, how do these things relate? And what I realized is that they relate really, really deeply. Part of my gift in the world is sensitivity and creativity. And so as I go into my 50s, I'm feeling a sense of mastery. And part of that mastery is to write and share my work in a book called Just the Two of Us, A Soft Place for Tender Hearts to Land. And really, this book is about how we use journaling and creativity to heal ourselves, to become more aware, to uplift others as well. So a lot of my work is about really tuning in to yourself, just as Terry Lynn tunes into others when she gives readings. As a counselor, I'm lending that lens as well. And so today I just want to talk a little bit about creative journaling and offer you some insights and exercises maybe into how you can deepen your own practice and your own intuition.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay. So creative journaling.
Yes.
Okay. So journaling, I know because, I get up every morning and I write down a few things on a piece of paper in a book I keep, right? So how do I get creative? What is creative journaling? Explain that to me, please.
Well, I think creative journaling is a sense of play. And, when we see young children, we recognize that they automatically have access to this intuitive place of playing, right? And as adults, we can kind of lose touch with that. Life becomes serious. And as it does, or we're dealing with different challenges, different obstacles in our lives. And so creativity and getting back to that creative journaling is really about delighting yourself. How do we get back to that sense of play? And so it might be through adding colors in your journal. It might be using images. It might be using watercolor. It's basically the idea that the journal is that soft place to land. It's that container. So anything goes on the page. I'm really about not having any rules or right or wrong on the page. So I always say, guess what? There are no journal police. So there's nobody coming by, there's nobody coming by to check your work and to really get away from this idea of what we learn in school, which might be we all have to write in the lines kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really tuning into yourself. And one of the things that I'm really curious about right now is creative alchemy.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting thought.
Mm-hmm.
So, see, I knew what creative journaling was because I took her course. And she really helped to open me up as far as journaling went, because I was raised in a time where we all had to be perfect, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have a different way of journaling now. I use crayons. I have my own box of Crayolas that my grandchildren are not allowed to touch. So I use my Crayolas. I have markers. I have stickers. I have 100 journals in the store, but I go to the dollar store to get a cheap journal so I can do whatever I want. And it's big.
So it kind of looks like this.
It does. Yeah, except mine has crayons.
Yeah, yours has crayons on it.
I have crayons all over it. Yes.
Part of that idea of landing on the page and allowing ourselves to play is actually supports our brain. So when our right hand is working on the page, it frees up the other side of our brain that brings in new ideas and our intuition. And so a lot of people maybe don't know that journaling has now got a lot of scientific research and data that shows what happens to our brains when we take the time to write down on the page, whether it's doodling, right? It's not about what we're actually writing. It's about the act of doing it. And a lot of the studies show that when we engage doodling or drawing or writing down on the page, it's like a massage for your brain.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, I have a question for you, because I want to get to this creative alchemy too, right?
Yeah.
And this might be a segue into it, right? We're good at that stuff. We do improv, hey? So, I have, let me grab it. It's right back here. I have what I call my my reading book. That's not what I call it, but I'm not going to tell you what I call it. So anyway, when I am doing a reading, I sit with a pen, I have my book, and I look at this. I write, right?
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily write names or anything. I doodle.
Yep.
I
get information.
Is that what I'm doing? I guess I don't know why I do it, and a lot of it is just. Do you know what I try and do? Is I try and draw a perfect square, a cube.
Oh, cool.
I mean, and I can't. I start them all, and see,
That's pretty perfect, that one.
No, they're not good at all. I do them all the time. So this is my brain getting massaged while I'm doing a reading.
While you're getting all that information, it's also a way of you tracking. And so journaling is also, it's a window into ourselves, but it's an outlet, but it's also a container. So part of that creative alchemy is, if I'm creating a container, what we know about creative alchemy is that it's a transformational experience. It's substances coming together to create another substance. So when we think about using it in our journal, it's like if I'm taking all the elements of, say, a situation in my life that's troubling, maybe it's an obstacle or maybe it's resistance to something, and I start adding elements, I start adding color, I start adding images, I start adding stickers. What I'm doing is I'm softening what's on the page.
Oh, yeah,
And then I can go further with that, and I can actually change the picture. So it's almost like rewriting, right? Rewriting the story of what's going on. And so first, what I will do with creative alchemy is I'll make a choice. Let's say I'm procrastinating on something. I know nobody here procrastinates on anything.
Never.
But I actually had this experience where I recognized that I was procrastinating for a significant amount of time, which got my attention. And so I made a choice. That's step one in creative alchemy. I made a choice. I'm going to write this down. I'm going to face this, even if I feel fear. And I felt kind of silly. Like, why am I afraid of this? There's some kind of resistance going on. The second thing that I did was I looked at what I did on the page with all my messy writing, and I thought, how can I soften this for myself? How can I express to myself some self-compassion, right? A lot of us talk about self-compassion, but how do we really practice it? And for me, it's not in my brain. I I can see it on the page, and I might take yellow, or I might take a color that I'm really drawn to. You know, color has a profound impact on the brain. So I might take a color and I might just trace around it. I might circle things that are important to me on the page, like, that really hit me. I'm upset about that. And then I do the third step, which is I soothe myself. So how do I soothe myself on the page? Again, I'm delighting myself. I'm taking that time to honor, witness, and validate my experience. You know, a lot of us go through life waiting for people to give us permission for things. Like how right? Waiting, or if someone could see me here, or if someone could help me with this. And for me, journaling is taking that time, whether it's 5 to 15 minutes, to really honor and validate myself. And you know what happens? 3 weeks later, or 2 weeks later, a week later, I'll open up my journal and I'll go, you know what? That doesn't bug me anymore.
Oh.
To me, that's the power of creative alchemy. And I think we use it. We use it all the time. It's like when we're in the kitchen and we're baking a cake, and some of us need a recipe and some of us don't. And we mix all those ingredients and out comes this beautiful cake. I think in any kind of creative process, that's kind of creation in itself, right?
Well, I agree 100%. I just lost my thought. It went over there.
It ran.
It
That's
did.
what happens
I
when you're
know.
sick.
I know. Yeah,
feel
when
for
you're
her.
62.
62.
Yeah.
She's amazing.
She's complaining about 50. 50 is amazing.
50. I have had the privilege and honor of having many readings by Terry Lynn. I also feel very privileged that she's been able to support our family through some really, really difficult times. So appreciative of that. And this gift that Terry Lynn has is channeled through such love and such sensitivity. And, you know, it's such an honor. I was thinking back of how long we've known each other. 10 years?
20, longer than that. 2011.
14. Oh my goodness.
2011.
Wow. Terry Lynn has been known to come over to my house when I say, I feel some strange energy here. Would you come over and do a clearing for me?
And I have.
And the answer is yes. If you are looking for more, kind of more guidance in terms of your own journaling practice, you know, there's so many ways that you can kind of explore that. But I just want to share one journaling exercise or a journaling prompt with you today. Is one of the ways that I like to start my day is just to even take 5 minutes and ask the question on the page, what is going well for you right now?
Oh.
And that really kind of grounds me. I don't know about you, but I'm not necessarily a morning person. As a parent, it's one of the things that I had to learn very quickly was to be a morning person. And one of the things that really helps me is to just take time to go, what is working well for me right now? It kind of lands me in gratitude. It lands me in appreciation, but it also puts me in the focus of being in the present, in the now, right? And then if you want to explore it further, you'd say, how do I feel right now? And then a third writing prompt, how do I want to feel right now? Right? So then even just those 3 simple prompts, a lot of myths about journaling is this idea that, oh, I need an hour every day, you know, or I'm not going to be a good journaler. Again, there are no journal police. If I manage 1 to 8 minutes in my journal a day, I'm doing great. I don't have to manage that. Sometimes I can do that when I'm driving in the car. What is going well for me right now? Oh, well, I'm feeling this way, and I like this color red on me today, and I'm feeling excited about going to spend time with Terry Lynn today.
So you don't have to write it down?
No.
Oh.
No, because journaling is like meditating with a pen. So you can also take the pen away and just be like, again, that positive affirmation, right? Of this is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm thinking. So if you don't have the time to do it, a lot of us don't. We're busy. We're multitasking, amazing creatures. You can just take that moment to check in with yourself, you know?
So here I've been beating myself up because I don't spend, 30 minutes or an hour with my journal. And I mean, I drive around, I do a lot of driving. So I'm like, okay, so what's going on today? What am I doing today? So I've been journaling all this time and I didn't even realize.
Well, that might be a little bit of a stretch there, Terry.
This is my story.
But it is about, again, taking that time. That's part of that self-care that we can do, right? And that is connected to our spiritual self-care, right? Emotional, mental, spiritual self-care.
That's when people come into the store and I talk to them about, they're looking for a daily spiritual practice. I don't know what to do. I'm lost. And, okay, so oracle cards, meditation, these kind of things. And what I tell them is to start a daily spiritual practice, get up 30 minutes before you normally do. Go get your oracle cards, have them ready, get up, go to the washroom, and then come back, sit, put headphones on for 10 minutes and listen to nature, the water, rain, fire, whatever it is that you need to listen to.
Yeah.
And after the 10 minutes, go get your cards, shuffle them up, pull a card, get your journal right in there. It takes a matter of 30 minutes. Now, ask me how many mornings I do that.
How many mornings do you do that, Terry?
So today on our show, we have Nicole Nattrass.
So you know what, again, we want to watch out for that perfectionism, right? Because when we're putting those expectations on ourselves, what ends up happening is we end up feeling bad. So how likely are we to go back to that pattern if we're feeling bad? Which is kind of, I want to bring it back to this idea of, what is your relationship like to your journal?
That is exactly the point.
Color.
Exactly.
Stickers.
Yes.
Like you want to, it's like going to the gym. I go to the gym where I like the music, I like the atmosphere, I like the people, I like all those things. So we want to remember that enjoyment is that motivating factor, right?
Right.
And, there's so many great journaling practices. I happen to be a member of the International Association of Journal Writing. It's a great community. There are so many either courses that you can take, go at your own pace. There's free journaling exercises. Part of this idea of connecting us all internationally to a community that can share different resources is so, so important. Like Moonstruck, right? It's the same idea of being able to connect internationally is incredible.
Oh, yeah. No,
Wow.
Moonstruck TV and A1R, psychicradio.com, amazing that they're able to connect. Because, I've done readings in Morocco, in Finland, or Denmark, I'm not sure which, down in Ecuador, all over the United States, in Scotland and Ireland, in England, and all over Canada. It's just been a great, it's a great medium. Did you get that? To help us all connect globally.
I feel like that was a real Canadian moment there.
Sorry. Sorry, it's my sickness here. It's not completely straight here. So
yeah, it is an incredible medium.
So you have a course that you do online, though, isn't that right?
I do.
Yes. Tell me about that.
I have an online course. It's Go at Your Own Pace. It's through the International Association of Journal Writing. It's called Creative Journaling for Self-Care. I have books. I've been really fortunate that during the pandemic, I wrote a book, but I was also asked to contribute to 4 new books. Like,
wow.
I know, a chapter.
Why didn't I know that?
I don't know. It's a chapter in each book, which is really exciting. I also offer e-courses. So if you don't want to engage in an online course, you can have options that come into your email every week. And I offer coaching. So I have a whole bunch of different options that people can tune into if they want. And the other piece is you can also spend some time for yourself thinking about what you are interested in. And you can Google different writing prompts. So if you are interested in self-care, put it in Google, self-care writing prompts, and see all the writing prompts that come up for you. But if you're looking for guidance, there's, I'm also available for sure. Yeah.
So I had that other thought. My thoughts are chasing over there. I think I'm going to walk over there after the show and everything is going to.
Let me see if I can channel that thought.
So if you haven't noticed, Nicole is a very good friend of mine, and we've been friends a long time, but she's taught me quite a bit about, because I did take her creative journaling class. And the thing, I think the one thing that I know I've been hearing you say, I know that we both agree on, is that there is no wrong way. You know, like I said, oh, 30 minutes, blah, blah, blah. But that's only if that's what you do. If one day you do it for 5 minutes, then you do it for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
If one day you're at an hour and 30 minutes, well, you're at an hour and 30 minutes. But if you ask 10 people one question, the same question, you're going to get 10 different answers. That doesn't mean that none of those people are wrong. It just means that everybody has their own opinion and everybody has their own way of doing things.
Yeah.
So just take what resonates from each one of those people, and that's your answer.
Yeah.
There is no wrong way. It's just a different way.
Yeah. And everybody has their own unique path. The whole idea is that if you start, then you find out what works for you, right?
Exactly. And that's sometimes it's a real hard thing to start, right? That's where I have issues because for whatever reason, and this is, I'm working very hard on my self-care, but for whatever reason, sometimes I feel like, oh, well, I should brush my teeth. Well, I don't deserve to have clean teeth, you know, or that's kind of an exaggeration, but you know, sometimes we don't think that we deserve to spend that time journaling or meditating or doing something for ourselves.
And we can have that self-sabotage, right?
Yes.
And that self-sabotage is just, it's old hurt, right? It's old unworthiness that comes up that kind of says, well, you know, I got to put other people first. I've got to do this, do this, do this. A lot of us do that as parents, right?
Yeah.
Where we're always putting everybody else first. It's challenging that way, right? But if we can stop and remind ourselves like, hey, if I'm taking care of her, I got to take care of me at the same time, right? It's like having that balance.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's something that, you know, I think it's kind of like my generation, you know, we always put ourselves second. And we were taught, you know, you have to be perfect. It doesn't matter what's going on the inside, but the outside needs to look perfect. You know, the house might be a mess, but somebody's coming over. We shove everything in the closet and under the beds, you know, because it has to look perfect. So it's taken a long time for me to realize that I don't have to be perfect, and I really don't want to be perfect. That's a lot of stress.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure, hey?
And it's taken me a long time to be messy in my journal. And now I'm super messy.
Are you really?
Super messy.
No.
And it's so freeing. She knows exactly I am. It's so freeing to be messy. I don't know. You can't see that really. Maybe you can. It's just freeing, again, to color outside the lines.
Oh, I know what I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's okay to be angry and write in your journal.
Oh, yeah.
There was one time a lady, I don't know if it was you or not. I can't remember. It's somewhere in my travels throughout the years. Someone told me that I needed to have like an angry journal. So I went to the dollar store and I got an angry journal. I made it the prettiest possible journal that I could possibly have. And it said Carpe Diem on it.
Yeah.
And so what would happen is she said, whenever you're angry, go get this journal, write a sentence or two, but that's it. And then just let it go. So, you know, I'd go get my journal. I get mad at my husband or something. And well, Steve's a jerk, you know, and I'd set it down and I'd walk away, you know. Oh, you know, the grandkids, blah, blah, blah. Oh, they did this. Oh, they just made me mad. I'd close it and I'd go walk away. Was it you that told me that?
No.
Oh, well, it was a good idea though.
But I think it's a great idea. Again, I think it's that journey, that soft place to land. So we have to recognize that we are allowed. What an amazing point is that we are allowed to get angry in our journal. And guess what? Nothing bad happens. No one gets hurt. You know, we can, if something's upsetting in our lives, then we have to talk to someone. We can make those notes for ourselves. We can almost script things and then say, these are all the things that I need to say. Is this appropriate to say? Again, it's that idea that it's a container, it's an outlet, and it's a window into ourselves, right?
Yes. So, Nicole.
Yes.
The 30 minutes is coming up. The end of the show. It's here now.
It's very, very fast how it all happens, isn't it?
Told you, it goes done, right?
Wow.
So, how can people get a hold of you if they would like? Do you have a website?
I do. You can get a hold of me on my website. It's www.nicolenatris.com.
Perfect. And they can get all your information there, figure everything out. I will be back next week, possibly with Nicole. But next week, I plan on I'm going to talk to my lovely friend, Michelle Wanacott. And Michelle is known as the Pet Psychic. And I'm going to see if she'll join me next week. And we'll do a couple of readings next week. But as I said, this week, no readings. I've not been feeling well for the last little bit here. So I want to say thank you so much, Nicole, for coming and joining me. I hope you will come back again in a little bit. And do you have any last words?
Well, I'm very, very honored that you asked me to join you, Terry Lynn, and very honored that, as your friend, as a counselor, that you're taking some good self-care time. It's important, right? That we keep ourselves healthy, spiritually, mentally, and emotionally. And so she is demonstrating exactly the most excellent thing we can do for ourselves.
You really need to watch it too, because I don't demonstrate that very often. Although I am learning, I will say that. And thank you so much, Nicole, for coming. And thank you all for having such a wonderful time with us, because I know you did, right? Have a wonderful day. Stay tuned. I know you've got a great reader coming up next here on Moonstruck TV and A1RPsychicRadio.com. Until next week, have a beautiful week. Hugs, kisses, and remember, there's no wrong way.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am Psychic Medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Medicine for Your Spirit with Raylene Byrne. Raylene Byrne. Live from RayleneByrne.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Medicine for Your Spirit
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Namaste. This is Raylene Byrne, Medicine for Your Spirit. It's always a great joy and a great honor and a privilege to come in here once a week and share, support, offer guidance perhaps. But I want to share a quick story before I get into it. We all know we're going through this massive time at the moment, and we're all physically rewriting ourselves, rearranging, and we're starting to remember, there's a light within us that is guiding us through our world. And we've got to learn how to tap into that and trust it even more. So the other day I was on a conference call with a group of people who are putting together a documentary on, this consciousness awareness that's going on around the world. And one of the people said, can't we just get all the powerful light workers of the world together and set our intention to eradicate all the darkness in the world and get rid of all the dark energies and the negativity and get into this blissful place? And I listened to them all chatting, and in my heart I was thinking, this sounds like you want to go to war again. Haven't we had enough of that? And I waited till everyone had finished adding their piece, and then I said to them, look, what it sounds like to me is that you guys want to create a bonfire. This is the analogy. And throw everything into it and burn it up so there's nothing left. And I said, I understand that, but that takes a hell of a lot of energy and a lot of focus and a lot of power to do that. Where we are now with this new energy that's around and these awarenesses that are coming up within us, isn't it more effective for each of us to ignite the light that we are, to expand the light that we are, so our whole world is covered in flames, like little candle lights, seeing candles being lit everywhere, that flame everywhere. So when we hold a light within ourselves, our own knowing and our own divinity and our own truth, that ripples out and it lights the spark in so many others. Having more light, like candles lit up, like, you know, seeing 100 candles on a birthday cake, you see a globe, our world covered in little candle lights all over the place. Wouldn't that be more effective? And that means we don't have to gather and pull everything together to have a big bonfire. We actually go about who we are. And that feels more in line with where we're going. It feels more collaborative. It feels more connected for me. And anyway, at the end of it, a few of them sort of dropped their mouths open and they said, oh my God, you're right. It's like trying to eradicate something is a war mentality. It is about completely trying to annihilate something. So when we start looking at darkness or dark areas of our life or shadow stuff, just remember the simplicity is this. Darkness is only the absence of light. That's all it is. It's just the absence of light. And I often see this with people when they start talking to me about, they're fearful of something. I always give them this example. When you're putting a child to bed and they say, can you please leave the light on? Or can you please leave a night light happening for me? And you say, well, yeah, sure, I can do that. Because the child is saying, I'm scared of the dark. What they're really saying is, I love the light. So if we can put that into many things in our life, when we start looking at what we're afraid of or what we're scared of, I'm scared of being alone. Well, what you're really wanting to say is, I love being connected. I'm really scared of failing. What you're really saying is, I love the idea of succeeding. So this is where we increase our own light. We start to look at where the absence of light is, where the fear or the restrictions or the resistances are, and we start to look at what we're actually really wanting. Our light becomes stronger, we expand, it inspires those around us, their little lights start to flicker on, and all of a sudden we have this bigger level of connection, awareness, consciousness, uplifting energy, and that will keep the darkness in places where it needs to be, but it's not overtaking us because we're not afraid of it, because we love the light, we love our own light. So that's just my little bit of wisdom for today. Instead of trying to fight everything, own your own light, be your own light, be in that, expand that, share that, and let that create the change, because that's how it's going to happen now. We don't have to fight. We don't have to go to war with anything anymore. All right. Now, apparently I have a caller here, Cassia from Canada. Hello. How can I help, guide, support, offer assistance? Hit me with it.
I'm not sure what to ask. Like, can you please kind of help me? Like, what kind of questions am I able to ask you?
Sorry, you're a bit muffled. Can you say that again, please?
I'm starting. I'm kind of getting serious with this guy, and I'm wondering if this is a good idea.
So it's a bit muffled. What I'm hearing is you are seeing some guy and you're a bit confused.
Wait, can you say that again?
Are you saying that you're seeing this guy and you're a bit confused?
if I should get serious with him, because it kind of seems like he's getting serious, but I feel like he's still stuck up on his ex.
It's really hard to hear everything you're saying. It's a bit muffled. So I always go to this. If you're in yourself feeling something is not where you're ready, not what you're ready for, if you have got past experiences that are getting in the way of you opening up to something else, that's a healing process. You need to have a healing process or a healing experience around this. So you want to get serious with this guy, but you're not sure how it'll be reciprocated. That's maybe what you're trying to say. So we have to understand what we want for ourselves. And we have to be truthful with that. If you're feeling that this person is someone you want to have more, a deeper connection with, I would feel really strong. This is me. I'm pretty blunt. I'll say it this way. We have to be honest enough to say, this is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm feeling is right for me in this situation. And we've got to lay our truth and lay our heart out, because we don't have time anymore to waste on pretending to be something or want something, or even diminishing ourselves from something that we really desire, hoping that the person we're involved with will finally come on board. If we haven't learned over the last 30, 40, 50, 60 years that if we don't ask for what we want, we end up settling for what we don't want. And we waste time, energy, and we become resentful, and we become picky and judgy after a bit of time when the person that we're trying to be involved with isn't stepping up to what we want or isn't fulfilling what we want. So I don't know if you've heard me speak before, but I say this to everyone. Find what it is you want for yourself in any relationship and give it to yourself first. Fill yourself with it. Then you don't need something or somebody in your life to fill you. You can then open your heart easily because you know what's right for you. So in this situation, you've met this guy, all I can say is, I'm really blunt, is be clear, be truthful, be honest. Tell him where you are at in your own heart. And if that person can be there and match you where you're at, fabulous. They might be waiting for something like that, a sign to, or words for them to go, okay, now I know that this is, going somewhere. But if they're not ready for it, then you have the choice to go, this isn't for me then. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. And look, Cassia, at the end of the day, really and truly, we are, and I keep saying this is my business, Medicine for Your Spirit, we know what's right for us. Energetically and at soul level, we have written a blueprint for what we're meant to experience in this life, who we're meant to meet, the heartbreaks and the heart celebrations, all the success and all the failures. We've already agreed to it. So when we go into these experiences where we're questioning anything, then we've got to look at ourselves and go, what am I questioning in myself? Am I really? Am I questioning, is this person right for me? I want to get serious and maybe I'm not getting that reciprocated feeling. Maybe I need to ask, what is it that I'm really wanting from this? What is it that I'm trying to find that will give me the confidence or the courage to go forward? And it always comes down to be who you are, speak your truth, open your heart. Communication is the biggest thing in all relationships. And if we can't communicate what's going on for us in any moment because we're holding back, we're fearful of being rejected, or we're fearful of being dumped, or we're fearful of somebody, moving on from us, then you're going to settle for things that you don't really want. You'll settle for less than what you deserve. We have to really know what we want and settle, and not settle, but make it happen. Go for it. Be truthful. Speak it. This is the time. This is the world we're in now. And you can't hold back anymore. You've got to be really strong in yourself. So I'm just going to pull a card for you, because I pulled one at the start. And the card that's just jumped out is Heart Wisdom. Your heart knows. Listen to the call of your heart. It's your guide in love. That's what it says. Look at that. It's beautiful. So your heart knows. You actually do know. You just got to take action. That's all. Take action. And whatever the outcome is, you already knew in your heart that was the possible outcome. Okay?
Okay.
I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, it's helpful.
Blessings to you. So anyone who's watching, I do have a website with loads of stuff on it, www.raylenebird.com. I'm all about helping people remember that they are the magic in their life, and they are medicine. You are the medicine for your own spirit. You are it. The more we tap in, the more magic we see. So, bye for now.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm psychic medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourished.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I hope you're doing awesome. I'm Andrea Bacon, and thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Well, I just got home late last night from a few days away at the beach. So it's amazing what the sea and sand can do for us. It really helps cleanse the aura, energizes you with all of that chi or life force energy. And while I was there, I had gotten this little message from Spirit to talk about this little visual that they gave me. It's about being in energetic alignment and changing our focus and moving into a state of more alignment, more joy. You know, some people call it timeline jumping, although I don't know if I really think of it so much as that. That's kind of like a newer thing. But basically, quantum physics speaks of how what is being observed can change depending on the person, the one that's observing it. And so in that way, you know, we can change our energetic wave that we are riding on. They showed me what looks like this little swirl of energy, like a galaxy. It looks kind of like a little galaxy. And there's many different waves that we can align to that are available to us at any particular time. Some feel like joy, abundance, harmony, and love. Some feel more flat and mundane, which I feel like a lot of people kind of like reside there, which is why I like to talk about raising your vibration and, you know, getting on that higher alignment. And then there's also, of course, the lower vibrational ones, dark, confusing, stuff like that. But we ride the one that we are mainly in alignment with. So we can choose intentionally, or we can get there by default, like by not being consciously aware and not making a conscious choice. And so I really think it's a lot better when we choose consciously. Our thoughts, our words, our feelings, our intention setting and visualizing all play a big part in the wave that we are riding on. Everything is energy, and we are co-creating with the universe pretty much all times. That's kind of like we came here to master energy, and you know, we have all these different ones available to us. I also want to mention surrendering the outcome, okay, so that we're not micromanaging the universe. So like we allow things to unfold naturally, and we got to let it go, let the outcome go. So we're not just holding on to what we want, because you know, it could take a while for it to occur. It could take a short time, but things are the way they are for a reason. Sometimes things need to be healed and worked on first. And then, you know, we become what our reality becomes, you know, in our 3D world. It is built on a solid foundation. So that's why it's really important to heal. You know, they talk about, I pulled some cards, forgiveness. So A lot of people need to forgive themselves for anything they feel they've done wrong in the past, because carrying that around is just a burden. You know, we all make mistakes and nobody is perfect. And then we can just let things unfold naturally. Like I said earlier, it's going to take as long as it needs to take. Divine timing is at play. You know, there's a lot of people sometimes that are involved in our choices. Things need to line up behind the scenes that we don't see, we don't understand. But it allows us to plant new seeds. We can bring in abundance, we can bring in love, we can create careers that are much more meaningful, relationships with partners, friends, you know, things that bring us more joy, raising our vibration. And we got this card, this precognition card, talking about psychic abilities. I believe everybody is born with psychic abilities. I believe that everybody, to some extent, is able to do that. So keeping that in mind. Okay, we are going to now go to a caller. Stephanie in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Hello.
Yeah. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm here. I'm here.
Well,
How are you?
What can I do for you?
The question I'm worried about is my home. I'm worried about making sure I retain ownership of my home, and I'm worried about my finances and job aspirations, goals, things of that nature.
Okay. So finances, and if you're going to be able to keep your home, is that what you mean?
Correct. I'm worried about my home. That's the most important thing.
Okay. So lovely Stephanie's question. What spirit does she need to know right now? Okay. So they're talking about connecting to spirit. They're talking about you connecting to your soul, to your divine purpose. They're bringing, you know, like also talking about community. So friends, people in your community, and love. So these cards, first off, are all very good. And I'm going to pull some tarot now. Okay, so we've got some really good cards. We've got the 10 of Cups. They're talking a lot about love. They're talking about bringing in a new beginning in love. And I believe that this also has to do with home, because pentacles are about relationships. Pentacles are about physical stuff. So it can be relationships. It can be about finances. And let's see, what do you need to know? So I see you like holding on to worry. And wanting to get this equal give and take. So yes, that is going to be able, you're going to be able to keep it. You're going to be able to have this equal give and take financially. We have a new beginning here with this Page of Pentacles as well. And we actually got the card that does speak of home and celebration, which is the Four of Wands. So this has to do with celebration, harmony, family, reunions, community again. So there's something about the community that keeps coming up. Is it that you're wanting just to stay in, you know, it's important to you to be in this community that you live in right now as well?
No, it's not very much important. It's just keeping my home. I'm facing possible foreclosure.
Yeah, okay.
I want to be I've lost my job, and I wanted to know where am I going to go from here, like as far as getting finances to be able to retain my property.
Yes, I see something new coming in for you. I've got a card that speaks of a of a new project, but it can be something ignited like inspiration, but it's also growth potential and a new opportunity. As well with that, we have the Page of Pentacles. That is goal-oriented. It's financial opportunity and manifestation and being like centered, being grounded in your home as well. I do see that all the cards are definitely speaking of you being able to. So I really do think that you will. You have something moving, like you'll be able to move forward in something. Waiting for, like if you're waiting for something to come in, like a job, type of thing, I see progress happening with that. And so, yeah, these look great. I mean, you've even got the King of Pentacles, which is prosperity and security and abundance. Keep working on, getting something new, but I see work with all these Pentacle cards. I see you also being able to have, some more income coming in.
And anything about love, you said, I'm not really worried about that, but I'm just worried about a new job, making either what I was making or more, and my home is most important.
Yes.
And is there anyone around me? Like, because I always try to manifest a lot of things and bring in answers and to assist with that. Is there anyone around me?
As far as love goes?
That's helping me. No, not as far as love goes, as far as ancestors, as far as someone like help, spirit guides, like things of that nature. Is there a name for anything?
Let's see. I'm feeling an older man who, it could be an older brother or a father figure that passed when he was younger, or middle-aged, or, just kind of not fully, not elderly. So I feel like he's helping you. It feels almost like an uncle now that I tune into him a little bit. He's helping you.
Does he have a name? Does he have a name?
Let's see. I'm not getting a name right off the bat. So he could have been somebody who was a natural born leader. And a fire sign, Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. But I'm going to have to go ahead and leave that there. I hope that you found that helpful in some way.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So thanks a lot. And if you want to check out any of my services or products, they are at mindbodynourish.etsy.com. And I hope you have a wonderful week and be able to just like meditate, relax, get some self-care in, and tune in to your intuition.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Consciousness, my segment every Tuesday at 1:30. I am here today to do a little bit of a reading on some of the world issues that we're having right now and just see what Spirit says about it as of now. Now, we could always have a trajectory of like, this changes or that changes, and then it will regroup and redirect. So remember that any timeline can always be redirected, but that's how powerful our minds are, and that's the power of consciousness. So first of all, I want to let you know that I'm going to do a live reading today on the air, and I'm excited about that. I don't even know who I'm going to get yet. It's always a surprise, and I'm so happy to do that. Also, you can reach me anytime for life direction, life path advice from a psychic. I do readings, I do medium readings, I do life path card readings, anything that you align with, I will do, as long as it's on a high, loving, happy vibe. So you can contact me, Anna Olsen, intuitive.com. That's ANNAOLSEN. intuitive.com. You can reach me on my website, and you can also contact me through Instagram at Tiny Medium Queendom. So that's my Instagram. You can also reach me through TikTok, where I am actually an independent contractor now with TikTok. So I guess I got enough followers. I have, I don't know, like over 10,500 at this point, and it's growing, and I've had more than 1 million views, probably closer to like 2 million at this point, but I am happy to work with you. You can reach me there at AO Intuitive. That's my handle for TikTok, and you can reach me under Anna Olsen. So I also have that link in my Linktree bio, which is on my Facebook page, Anna Olsen Intuitive, or just Anna Olsen, and it's also on my Instagram. And so you can reach me wherever. And I also have a few other links there that you can check out under my Linktree. And that is attached to my website, my Instagram, my Facebook, and my TikTok. So you won't miss it. It's there somewhere. Anyway, I am happy to announce that I was able to go to a really wonderful memorial for fallen officers this last week at the in Sacramento here in California. That's the capital, and I was able to have a nice, intimate moment with these families. Lots of spiritual energy there that was just so heavenly and beautiful and loving and kind, and I was happy to be a part of that and listen to the governor speak. Gavin Newsom, he is definitely supportive of these families who have lost officers who were working to protect our safety and our public peace. So that was a wonderful thing that I was able to take part of, and just wanted to offer my support to all law enforcement officers or anybody in law enforcement who is honestly and like with a good cause, serving and protecting. They don't pay you even almost enough. And I just want you to know that I support you. I think that officers should be millionaires because of what they put on the line and what they sacrifice and what their families sacrifice. So don't forget the families, the spouses, the children who know that every day that their father or spouse, that every time they walk out of that door that they could not be coming back. So imagine that sort of a risk being so much higher every single day and living with that concept on the daily and knowing many officers that have fallen in service. So I just wanted to extend my gratitude, my support to law enforcement officers, all military. I support you. I want you to know that I have your back and I am here to work with you. I always give a discount to military and to law enforcement families. And that's because I love you and I appreciate you very much. And I'm here to also let you know that I support all of these families who have lost and are grieving over fallen officers or military members. So that said, I want to look at some of the world events happening right now. We have had lots and lots of things coming up. The first thing that I want to look at is the pandemic. What was that about? We have so many questions about that. Some people think it was lab-made, man-made, done on purpose. And some people just think, oh, it was just something like the avian flu and it just happens every so often. And this is what nature does. And I understand both concepts. I I think anything could be possible at this point. But basically, I wanted to do a reading on that. I wanted to kind of go through my cards real quick and just ask Spirit, open up that portal, close any of my personal business and shove it in the back so that it's not affecting this reading, and just ask Spirit for the highest and greater good. What was the pandemic about and why did we have it? So the card that I'm getting is the Strength card. And this is a card that I really love, and it really just depicts taming the lion. It's a strength card that depicts having to lay down the law. And the way that I'm seeing this with the epidemic of, the COVID incident and this whole pandemic was that this had to happen. And I'm feeling like it was Gaia, Mother Earth, really having an effect on human beings, and that it's the natural cycle of things, that when things are kind of out of control or getting out of hand, that Mother Earth, the Gaia, will start to rein in the out of control organisms on her Earth. So that's her body. If you think about the Earth having a spirit and there being a holistic view of the Earth, we humans are organisms upon the Earth, upon a body, another body, another spirit. So we know that all plants, animals, humans, and the Earth have life. It can be measured in scientific ways. I won't go into that here now because I don't have time, but we know these are real facts, scientifically proven. So when the, I guess it would be the climate of the Earth gets disrupted, things happen. It's like when we get an infection or we get a virus, things happen to control that overgrowth or that incident or that invasion of whatever it is that could be harming the organism. So the Earth is also a very large organism, and it is holistically fighting off issues. Now, when I asked Spirit what those issues are, what lion needed to be tamed, and we see that this is actually a pregnant woman. This is a pregnant woman taming a lion. I'm seeing that it is actually an energy of higher consciousness, but it's controlling a denser consciousness that was taking over to an extreme, and that people were losing sight of spirituality and what their true purposes were and what they're truly here for. I feel like the pandemic was a wake-up call for the organisms of the Earth, according to Spirit, according to Gaia, as she speaks through Spirit, that these things needed to be controlled to have more of an equilibrium of a balance of higher consciousness. When I talk about higher consciousness and denseness of consciousness, I'm talking about people who are on a brainwave of either a higher positive consciousness, which is the higher consciousness, or a lower, denser consciousness, which is a consciousness that is usually involved in crimes, negativity, harm, abuse, toxicity, if you know what I mean. So it was to balance out some of that toxicity. With how much suffering that came from that, I'm asking Spirit, what does that mean? And the main response that I'm getting is that people had to kind of be pushed into the idea of higher consciousness and spirituality as part of their reality and mortality, so that we can reconsider why we're here and what we're doing here, and to reach out to those in need, and to become more isolated in a lot of ways to get closer to Spirit on a subconscious level. Because as we were kind of confined to our homes, we have an automatic survival mechanism that kicks in, that automatically kicks us into being closer to Spirit. When we have people that we know and loved ones around us being, threatened by something like a virus or a pandemic, then, of course, we're going to start to resort to the spiritual part of things and really question what our spiritual beliefs are. And that was really what Gaia, or Mother Earth, wanted to get us back to. So that's really what I'm getting here. So Diane in Laurel, Delaware is on the phone for a reading today. Hi, Diane. How are you? I think we're getting the connection cleared up right now. So we're going to get Diane back. But I am just really happy about the fact that this whole pandemic that we once knew is over. So that is wonderful, because I feel like a lot of us are just reset, and now we are able to go back into the old way of life with an elevated and higher consciousness way of thinking, which is going to be better overall for the earth. Now, the wave of the pandemic is still going to hit us. We know that. That's common knowledge. This is just that, you know, the economy is going to take a hit. We know that. We've already seen the results of that. So that's happening. But we are also going to be able to have more opportunities to not just change our workplaces and the way that we've been doing things for hundreds of years, but also we have the opportunity now to change the family dynamics that we have been really just not, we have mostly, the world has not been doing as well with the family dynamic and the home environment now for quite some time. So that is going to definitely correct. It's definitely in some uprooted, kind of like the tower card, how things kind of have to fall before they're rebuilt. We are still in that pre-rebuild chapter of this. So understand that the economy is going to take a dive. We know that. We've seen that happening already. Prices are going sky high. And people are really having to reconsider how they, you know, manage their money and things like that. But this is all part of the bigger picture where we're getting the reset. We're resetting money, financial, work, family. People were working like crazy just to keep things, you know, decent with their families. Food banks are getting people in at an all-time high right now in wealthy areas such as Santa Cruz, California is one of the main ones that I've heard of, where people are really having to get more down to earth and just really start to like get to their foundation, their, you know, what their ancestors pretty much were dealt as well. And we know that a lot of the government laws that are going through right now can definitely affect us overall. We know that government is trying to get more control and power. So I have Amber in Des Moines on the phone, on the line. Hi, Amber.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. What would you like to discuss today, or is there a specific topic that you would like me to look at for you today for your reading?
I was just maybe hoping to hear from my dad.
Oh yeah, okay. So your when did your dad pass?
Last year in January.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
It's very difficult. So is there anything specific that you would like to ask, or you just want to see if what comes through?
Yeah, I just wanted to see what came through.
Okay. So I'm getting a presence of definitely a man with a strong presence. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So strong presence, very powerful man. I even think he was strong physically.
Mm-hmm.
And did he work a lot with his hands or something like that? Or
yeah.
So what did he do for a living?
He drove and unloaded semi-trucks.
Okay, that makes sense because I see this strength and this definitely a presence of just incredible, not just strength physically, but strength mentally.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that he's really, it's almost like he's really urged to, he has this strong, quick urgency to tell you that when he was here with you, he didn't understand and wasn't taught all of those details about being a dad. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
So he wanted to be a certain type of parent, and it was always like he would try, and he just didn't really know how. He didn't have the tools that he needed.
Mm-hmm.
He basically just really is, and I don't want to sound generic because I know he drove. You're saying he's a truck. He did the truck driving and all of that, but he honestly really has a sentiment of wishing that he was there for you more. And that is the main concept that I'm getting for him, that he wishes that he could have with you better. And that he is sorry. He is sorry for any time that he's saying that he was selfish. if that makes sense.
Yeah, a little, yeah.
So, was there a separation or a divorce with your mother?
Yeah.
Okay, because he's saying he wished that he tried harder there too for you, because he really is, and I'm getting chills right now, so that means that's a strong yes from spirit. So he really wishes that he would have worked harder, and he really wants you to know you're doing great in your current situation. He's saying that just because, and I think it's just a confirmation, you already know that just because you have parents that divorce, it doesn't mean that you can't do relationships. As a matter of fact, a lot of the time that means you can do relationships better because you saw what went wrong and now you can fix those things in the pattern.
Right.
So he's just reiterating how proud of you he is. And he is saying he wishes he understood how kind words to his daughter. He wishes he understood how important it was, because now he can see how important it was, and he just didn't get it. He did his best, though. Like, I know that, you know, it sounds like, I know that there were good things about him, and I know that, but he's really focusing on just letting you know he acknowledges. He wants you to know that he gets it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to hear from him.
Yeah, now I always ask spirit, I always ask your loved ones for a sign that they can show you that this is really them. They were really talking to me, and that they're with you after your reading. So I love hearing about when the people I do readings for, I love hearing about when they get these signs. So of course there's the trucks, right? I mean, I don't know if you've already been noticing the trucks at the right time in your daily life.
Yeah. Yep.
So he's showing you the trucks, and then he's also, I'm getting the goosebumps again, very definite. And yes, you'll see the trucks at the right time. The other thing that he wants you to watch for is the gold cross. I don't know if that's already of significant value to you in any way.
Yeah.
Okay. How does that significant?
He wore one. He wore a gold cross every day.
Okay.
And I have it. I have it now.
He wants you to know that the gold cross is what he's going to show you when he's with you.
Okay.
When he's communicating with you, you're going to see it when you open a picture on the internet or something, and there's a picture, I don't know, of like the Catholic Church, and there's a gold cross. Or it could be that you see that somebody else is wearing a gold cross at just the right time. You're going to notice gold crosses. And he's going to show you these gold crosses in your daily life to say, hi, honey, I'm here. Remember what I said during the reading? I'm sorry. Remember that I'm sorry, and I understand now. And I'm going to do my best to be with you now as best as I can in not being in his body anymore.
Okay.
That'll be his best effort. So I love hearing your kids, by the way. How old are your kids?
Yeah. 3 and 1.
Oh, that's such a sweet age. And you know, he's really is one of them a boy?
Yeah. I had him a week before my dad passed.
Right. He's acknowledging that he has a connection with that child, and he is also letting you know he's going to protect him. So whatever that means, I'm not sure. I mean, there could be something that's going to come up or whatnot, but he's saying he does have the ability to protect your children, and he's going to protect your children. He's going to be with them. He's going to put the right things in their paths, but he especially has a link or a connection to your son.
Okay.
I think you're going to notice what he's saying is that your son's going to get some of your dad's traits, and you're going to notice some of the same things. And that's one of the ways that your dad is with you as well, is through the inherited genetic traits that your son will possess that are like your father.
Okay.
So that's something else to keep in mind. And he wants you to know that it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to cry. It's okay to be really, I know your dad was a very strong man, but he wants you to know that it is okay for you to cry, to be vulnerable, to ask for help, to be softened.
Okay.
You're already experiencing some of that, having your children and understanding the dynamic between parent and child, but he really wants you to know that in your daily life, in your relationships with your children, all of that, he wants you to remember that it's okay to be very vulnerable and ask for protection from your loved ones. Okay. Because the way it feels to me is that you've always had to be so strong, and you've always had to be so like hardened, like, okay, I can do this. And because you've had to deal with some hard things.
Yeah.
He's saying you're going to be fine, and you're even going to be better if you can just let it go, be vulnerable and cry, and go ahead and let your weakness show in the moment, because people need to know that you need them. Apparently your dad never asked. What's that?
What's that? I said, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and it seems like your dad, it's kind of the way he was raised. Like, a lot of men, they just don't ask for help. They just don't ask for things because they want to be the one to do it and save everybody.
Yep. Yeah, he was a very proud, I can do it myself.
Yes. And I admire that about him. But, I think that was part of, the health things that went on with him and all of that. It's just, he wants you to have a life filled without worry of health concerns and a life. And he's just telling me that there were a lot of health things going on with him that he never mentioned and that he never told anybody about.
Yeah, I found out after he passed that there was things going on that I didn't know. So.
Yeah. And those weighed on him pretty heavily because he internalized it. And then it just had this more of a stressful effect on him, where then now he was getting more health problems from having more stress from keeping it all in. So he's just like expressing like, look, it's okay to be weak. It's okay to heal and just be vulnerable and let it out. And I always tell people, when you're crying about losing your loved one and you're crying about something that happened, finish the cry. Don't tell yourself to stop crying. You're going to disrupt that release and that finishing of processing those emotions. So you want to finish off the cry, even if that means you are, like really sobbing or, pissed off or whatever it is. It can really piss you off when you lose people. And it's good to be pissed off. It's also good to cry.
Okay.
So he's letting you know you are a very sensitive person, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
To show it. So I have 3 minutes left. Do you have any other questions for me, for your dad?
Not that I can think of. No.
Okay, I'm going to ask him if there's anything else that you need to know. He's handing you a bouquet of flowers, and they look kind of pink to me. They're not carnations, but they're kind of the same roughly roughly petals as a carnation, and they're a bright pink. So he's handing you a bouquet of bright pink flowers, and he's just saying, I wish I would have given you more of this stuff when I was here.
Sorry, nothing. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. He just wants you to watch for the gold crosses, the trucks, and the pink flowers. Those are your 3 signs from your dad.
Okay.
Okay. You watch out for those.
All right.
And notice the timing. Are you having a bad day? Are you needing support? Do you need a reminder that your dad loves you? Do you need a reminder that you're not alone? Do you need a reminder your dad is there? There are a lot of things that you can consider and stop and think about what he's telling you in the moment, so that you can really consider the timing. And I think usually when I get signs like this, it's obvious right away. Half the time I'm breaking down crying because it's so obvious that I don't have to even think about it. But just notice the synchronicities. I call them revelatory synchronicities. It's a synchronicity of revelation from the other side, where they're communicating with us in the only way they can, which is even sometimes lights flickering or going off. I've had that happen actually in the middle of a session with a doctor, because a person that we both knew was present, and the doctor was kind of freaked out. But it's really beautiful how they show up. I have to go now, but thank you so much for calling in. It was so nice connecting with you and your father. He's a great man, great strong presence.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Of course. So there was a wonderful connection I made with her father. He's definitely one of those rougher type men who probably, like a lot of men, didn't say what he was feeling as often as he would have liked to now that he sees the bigger picture. And that's just a reminder to all of us here, which is why I love readings, that we need to tell people we love them. When we look at our children and we feel something for them, tell them. If you look at your spouse and you feel something loving towards them, tell them how you're feeling. Any chance that you get, I promise you will not regret it. It will make your life so much better, and it will make theirs better. You want to do that because you love them, right? So contact me if you would like to work with me. I'd love to work with you. AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. And I will see you next week, Tuesday at 1:30 Pacific Standard Time. Have a wonderful week.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and other fine places on the internet. I'm your host, Psychic Medium John Capello, and I'm from Texas. This show is about expressing the viewpoint of a psychic on today's issues and observing the world in general from this vantage point. You know, you hear all the skeptics out there about psychic ability, and I like to just kind of counter that, if that's okay with you. I'm glad you're here to join me. And just let you know how someone like myself perceives the world. In addition, I talk a lot about astrology and how it affects us and my perspective of astrology as well. And so thanks for joining me. I appreciate that very much. Of course, we'll be taking callers today as well. I also like to just kind of always review the previous week of our show, and last week where I travel, because I go everywhere, at least in the Midwest region of the United States, around Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Kansas. But last weekend I visited Fort Worth, Texas, and I was at the famous Billy Bob's, Texas. It was my first time, and it was amazing. I couldn't believe it. The place is just huge, and I didn't expect it to be that large. It's my mistake. I should have known. It's Texas. So, but I was at the holistic fair there, and I did well with my Aura camera, and I hope to return. You know, there's a few things we got to work out about whether I can use the camera there when the other camera comes back. But I hope so. Because I like the venue and everything, and the people there. It was fun. But also last week I continue to talk a little bit about this aspect in the astrological aspect in the chart of the United States. And last week I talked about how Pluto, the planet Pluto, is uncovering a lot of corruption in the United States government. We had this Durham report that's out. And the news media doesn't want to talk about it because they should be embarrassed, but they're not. But it is uncovering a lot of corruption in the United States. And actually, that's a good thing, because we've got to get it cleaned up. It's got to get better. And I'm not trying to be left wing, right wing. I'm just saying that, you know, there's lots of things that just aren't right now. And we got to find a new balance and some place where everybody can live and know they get a fair shake. But this week, Pluto is in the news again, from my perspective, and that is because of the debt. You see, Pluto is in the second house of the United States, and it was in Capricorn for many, many years, which is government, power, and so on and so forth. But when it's in the second house, it has to do with values, it has to do with money, it has to do with the economy. And so we're seeing this debt situation crop up, and we're also seeing that that when Pluto is affecting the second house, it affects your finances, and Pluto is a kind of a rags to riches or riches to rags situation. And right now, it looks like we're in a riches to rags situation on our debt. So we're hoping that this will be taken care of, but you know, I'm afraid they're going to kick the can down the road. But there is going to be a day of reckoning when we have to deal with our debts. You and I have to do it, so the government is going to have to do it at some point in time. Now, I'm told we have a caller, and so I'd like to take a caller before I talk about this week and this week's topic. So we have a caller. I believe that she's in Florida, or they're in Florida. Is that right? Lynn, okay. Hi, Lynn. Are you there?
Yes.
Lynn,
Yes, I am. Hi. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm fine. So you're in Florida, okay? And please speak up. I don't have my little earbuds in today. I should have put them on. But Lynn, it just seems to me that are you a worrier, or are you a little bit of a worrier?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you worried about a man in your life? Are you worried about your family right now?
That is true. Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there a specific area you'd like for me to look at? Because it just looks like you kind of wear the world's problems on your shoulders. And that's very sweet of you and kind of you. But, I also feel like you probably need to learn to lighten up, I feel like you like to help everybody, and you like to make everything right around those that are around you. And sometimes we have to let people do that on their own. But do you have a specific question for me today? I don't mean to pick on you.
I'm curious. No. Hey, you got me. That's very accurate. Very accurate. Yes. Thinking of having a move. I don't know if it's a good.
You're thinking about a move?
Total change.
Okay. What's your birth sign?
I'm Capricorn with Leo rising.
Okay. Well, with Leo rising, and with you could be moving. I don't know. I'm not real strong on a move at the moment. I think that you're still in the planning stage of a move. So I would say take your time before you actually did make a change in residence. But you do have some energy in your chart for a move. But right now it's just it's something in the planning stage. At least that's my feeling. Does that make sense?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I hope that was helpful to you.
Yeah. So, do you see a problem coming up with the man in my life, or I just worry too much?
Well, no. Right now, and of course, we're on the radio and we're in public, and I don't know how much you want me to get involved in your personal life, but when you have Saturn is getting ready to go into your 7th house, and I don't know, okay, but 7th house is marriage, because you said you had Leo rising, so that means you have Aquarius in your house, 7th house, and so when you have Saturn in your 7th house, it's going to make changes in your life. Okay. Right now, like I say, I don't feel you're getting ready to move, or I don't feel like you're getting ready to get divorced. But this is a time for planning. Okay. This is a time to sort things out. This is a time to work on those things. I believe that if you're currently married, you said man in your life. I'm assuming this is your husband. I feel like this is a time for you to really communicate. I'm going to be optimistic and say you're going to work things out. At least that's my feeling right now. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So thank you very much. I appreciate your call.
Thank you, John. I appreciate your time. Have a good evening.
You too. Okay. So I don't want to talk too negatively about people's charts or anything like that. I can only tell you what I see, and my feeling in this particular case, if she's still listening, is that it's neutral. But things can always spiral out of control too, and so we have to be careful about that. But today I want to talk a little bit about mediumship. That's where I want to go with our topic today, because I want to expand upon our psychic talks, the talks that we've had about developing your psychic ability. And so now it's time to kind of graduate. I like to always have my own definitions of psychic ability and mediumship, and what I do is I kind of wrote down what the Webster's or conventional idea of what mediumship is, and so it says basically the practice of purportedly meditating or mediating communication between familiar spirits or spirits of the dead and living human beings. Well, okay, but my definition is a little bit different. My definition is a little bit simpler but broader, and that is mediumship is sensing a spirit. Okay, and so sensing a spirit is broader because, or sensing a presence, I should say, because it's not necessarily a spirit, and it could be an extraterrestrial. It could be someone not in the spirit realm. It could be another dimension. So there are different presence around us, and by recognizing them, then we can deal with it with our psychic abilities. Because if you've been listening to our program, you can use what I call the psychic test. You know, how does this presence feel around me? What do I see about it? What do I know about it? What do I hear about it? Because now that you have tools, your psychic tools at your disposal, then you can evaluate what this presence is beyond your personal space. And that's a great thing. That's a really good thing to do. So I don't know if we have another caller here or not, but if we do, then I'll turn on the chat. Ruben, okay. So we have Ruben here, and Ruben, are you there? No, we have 3 minutes. No, Ruben, okay. Okay. I will continue to talk a little bit about mediumship, but when you are dealing with mediumship, you're using your psychic abilities to tune into them, because every one of your psychic senses has a mediumship aspect to it. So your psychic feelings are going to let you experience the feeling of having a presence around you. But then you're going to be able to evaluate what that presence is imparting to you, whether it is positive, negative, whether it's male or female, whether it's a child, whether it's an animal, whether it's an angel, you know, because there are so many other things that are out there that we can sense as psychics and mediums. So there are also different kinds of mediums. So you would call me an evidential medium. There are other mediums like channels, and let's see, what's the other type? There are trance mediums, people that fully become immersed with a spirit kind of taking over their body. I'm not really interested in that, but as an evidential medium, I'm the type of person that ought to be able to give you, or try to give you, some detail about a presence that's around you. So with these things, that's the basis of mediumship from my perspective. And so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be talking about the different entities that I sense, not just men and women and children or dogs and cats, but I'm going to talk about the different kinds of angels, because there are different kinds of angels. There are different kinds of elementals. There are different kinds of guides. And then I'm going to talk about animal guides too, because as we grow and develop our program and we get an audience that hopefully will participate, because I like to not only just give readings for you, I'd like to hear your experiences as a psychic. So we're going to have a wonderful psychic with us on June 6th. Her name is Jennifer Farmer. She's a medium, psychic medium. And so she'll be joining us and talking about her new book and about grief. And that's another topic that we'll explore here on our program, because as a psychic, we have to explore and know the different kinds of grief. And so I have a book out called Open the Mind, Heal the Heart, which discusses a metaphysical perspective of grief. And so there's lots of different perspectives of grief, not just one can't handle it because it's a huge, huge topic. And so we're going to have the opportunity to hear Jennifer's perspective and know a little bit more about her book when she shows it to. She's sending me a copy of it, and so I hope to have an opportunity to read that and share it with you, or be able to talk to her intelligently about it when she's on our program. So it does look like we have another caller, and we have Maxine in London, and so when she is ready, then I'll be happy to talk to Maxine. So, Maxine, are you there?
Hi, yes, I am.
You are? Okay, okay.
Yes.
Maxine, is there, what I'm picking up initially is something going on with a son. Do you have a son?
I do.
Okay, are you worried about him, or is there something going on about your son?
Yes, a little.
Yes and no?
Yes, a little, yeah.
Yes, a little. Okay. Do you have a specific question for me?
How things going to work out?
With your son?
Yeah, and with me.
Your son is on a journey, and I feel like your son is, if you are feeling like he is separating from you, I feel like he wants to exert his independence. I feel like he wants to go out and make more his own path in life. Are you going to have a relationship with him in the future? Yes. It may not be. It may not be exactly the way you want to, because I feel like your son may not want to tell you everything going on in his life. But I do feel like your son loves you and wants you in his life. So if there's a little bit of tension, or there's some issues going on at the moment between you, just be patient and pray about it. But just know that he's on his path. That's what I see him doing. And so I hope that you will give him that space to kind of find himself. Okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Maxine, for calling in. We appreciate it, and I wish you the best.
Love and light. God bless.
Okay. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye, my love. Bye-bye.
Okay, you're welcome. So I want to just continue talking a little bit about mediumship, because mediumship is it's a big part of the psychic world. And last week I talked a little bit about skeptics, and how skeptics don't want to even acknowledge that the paranormal or psychic ability exists. And I hope that you will just see how we disprove that right there with Maxine in England, because I've never met the lady, and she's half a world away from me. Yet I could read the energy, and immediately it was about her son, and so that's some people might say, "Oh, that's random." Well, it's not random for me, because I'm practiced and I know how to pick up energy from a voice imprint, and you can do that as well. You do it naturally, okay? You do it naturally. So I don't want to put myself on a pedestal, because the things I do are done naturally. It's just I trust it, and you may not have learned to trust your abilities like I've trusted mine, like I trust mine. Now that doesn't mean I'm always right. I'm not, but in this particular case, I was, and with the prior lady as well, as far as the energy that she was experiencing at the time. So I want you to just pay attention, trust yourself, and know that, like I say, you're not always going to be right. And one thing I want to say to you about people is that when you're doing a psychic reading, psychic readings are the easiest thing to say are not true. And the reason why is because the client is the holder of the information. I don't know it, you know. So if someone says, "Oh, that's wrong," well, it's wrong because they know the energy. Now, a lot of times they may not recognize it, and it just seems that this is something that you've got to recognize too. Sometimes people do not accept what you're saying because they have a different perspective. And for instance, I may have used this example before, but I was speaking to this gentleman about cars. I said, "It looks like you like cars," and he said, "No, I don't like cars." And I said, "Well, I'm seeing all these cars around you," and he says, "No, I don't know why you're seeing cars around me. I'm not really a big fan of cars." And his wife was sitting next to him in the audience, and she goes like this, you know, and whispers to him. He goes, "Oh yeah, well, I'm the manager of a car lot, you know." So it seems a little bit silly in a way that he would say he didn't like cars, but that I was wrong. I mean, I thought he liked cars because he was standing in a car lot, but that's what I was seeing around him. And so, but he said no, and so was the arbiter of truth, not me. I can only tell you what I see, and it's my truth, but it wasn't his. So it's the same way with mediumship. It's if you see or you sense a presence around another person, then they say that they don't have that person. Well, that's the truth. It doesn't mean it's your truth. Your truth is that you see an animal or you see something around a person. If they can't take it, they just simply can't take it. So you just move on and you move to another area. And I may have told you that when you're clairvoyant, you may see several different images, like maybe televisions around a person, and you kind of have to pick one. Well, that goes back to that rubber band ball, because there's lots of different energies around people, and there's lots of different issues around them. But the predominant one is the one that you usually will pick to look at. So with that, I will delve a little bit more each week talking about mediumship, and I'm sure Jennifer will be able to share some of her thoughts about it as well. So I wanted to get started though with that definition, because if you start out with definitions and you start out with a foundation, then it's very helpful. And what we've been doing on our program, and this is, by the way, our 20th show, it's taken us 20 shows to get here, to talk about mediumship on its own merit, because we've had to build that foundation and get us ready to move to that next level. And that's why, you don't want to just jump into mediumship without a foundation of your own psychic abilities and knowing who you are and learning about yourself and developing these inventories of feelings and images and sounds and things like that. Because if you don't, then mediumship is not going to be as accurate. It doesn't mean you won't sense someone or won't sense something. It just means that you won't be as precise as you could be if you had practiced or learned a little bit more about your abilities prior to going to mediumship. So I'm not a channel. I'm not a trance medium, but I'm not a physical medium either. Physical mediums are people that have usually a spirit guide around them that can move objects around and lift tables and do apports and things like that. But I don't do that either. I really haven't tried. Maybe I could, I don't know. But I just have to call on some guides to help me do that. But a lot of people do, but it's just not something that I've had a big interest in, because my goal is to help people. My goal is to sense what's going on around them and let them know how I can interpret that energy around them. So that's my feeling about that. So I'd like to know, if you have a question or anything, or if you want to embellish a little bit on what I'm talking about as far as mediumship is concerned, please be my guest and send me a text. My email is john@johncapello.com. You can go to my website and send me a message there as well. I wanted to tell you too, we're getting a little bit close to our time, that I'm not traveling anywhere this week. I want to wish everyone a happy Memorial Day before the holiday this time. The following week, I'll be going to Houston, and I'll be at a place called Indigo Moons, and I'll be doing my usual spirit gallery auras and private readings. So if you are in the Houston area, be sure to come by and visit, because I'll be happy to work with you, and I'd love to meet you too. So that'll be great. I've got a big June plan, and we're gonna have a meetup. We'll have a meet and greet in June, and so it's just always ongoing. Something's always happening here on the psychic side, and with my travels. So I want to just invite you to come along for the ride, because there's just so many things that are going on. I meet such interesting people, and I hope to meet you one day. So with that, we're going to be closing down our program here in just a moment. I hope that we gave you some information that you didn't know before, and I hope that you are trying to develop your own abilities, because it's that journey of self-discovery. It's something that you will benefit from by learning about yourself. And so with that, I want to thank our sponsor, Miracles of Joy, and I want to thank them for being with us and sticking with us. Use their promo code PSO223 for a discount. And be sure to like me on my Facebook page, on my Psychic Facebook page. So with that, thank you very much for joining me today. And I hope you join me next week here on the Psychic Side. So long. I'm John Capello. Bye-bye.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psych with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you're having an absolutely sensational and a fantastic week wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours. And hasn't it been an interesting week around the world? I mean, you know, people are starting to ramp up, move around more, go on holidays, do things that we didn't do for quite some time during the time of COVID, that we're all starting to sort of take control of our lives again. So this brings me to the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is the Moon card. Now, the Moon card is actually very, very interesting because it's a card of deception or delays, emotions up or down, maybe deceiving yourself or others. So it's a really powerful sort of card. We think of the moon and we think of emotions, and that's very, very right. We should be thinking of emotions. But I don't think we always think about that it could be the card of deception, and that maybe the deception or the delays are meant by fate, that they're helping us gain what we need to gain. We need to, you know, get a little bit of breathing space, regain our control. And this is why I say this card is emotions up or down, because emotions aren't always negative. Sometimes that they can be very positive, and what we need to do is just stabilize them. But when I see the Moon card in a reading, I always ask myself, am I being deceived, or am I in some way deceiving myself or someone else? And I mean, I think sometimes we don't want to sort of deal with what's right in front of us. It's easier to switch off or pretend it's not happening or blame someone else and sort of say, oh, well, I wasn't responsible for that. So when the Moon card comes out in a reading, you've got to ask yourself, is this just connected to emotions, or is there something maybe that I'm not looking at in the way that I should? Am I really focusing on the truth? Am I really looking at something head on instead of sort of saying, oh, well, that's someone else's fault. Maybe I don't necessarily need to take any blame for that, or maybe I don't need to be responsible for that. So it's a very, very powerful card. A lot of people look at it as being the feminine card. I don't always look at emotions just being feminine. I think emotions, you know, come to all of us, whether we're male or female. So we're going to move on to the astrology section. It's an exciting time of the year as the sun's just gone into Gemini. And I always think it's exciting as the sun changes energy, because it gives us a fresh approach for the next 20 odd days, where we've got a different slant, a different flavor. It's like putting a different sauce on your steak of a night, you give it a whole new outlook. So the sun's in Gemini, so it's the time of the year where ideas come thick and fast. No matter what your star sign is, you'll find there's a lot of activity in your mind at the moment, things coming and going really, really quickly. It's the time that you need to have a device or some way of recording your thoughts, or in my case, the old-fashioned way, paper and pen, to make sure that you don't miss some of these amazing opportunities or ideas that could come into your mind that are there only for a split second. And that's the amazing part of the Gemini energy. It's not something that's there for terribly long. It's meant to be sort of like the flick of a slideshow, that things come and things go that quickly, that we need to sort of try and harness that, or write the ideas down, or collect them in some way, so that we can explore them a little bit further down the track when we have a little bit more time. So the sun is actually making a lovely aspect, which is known as a trine. Now, a trine means it's about 120 degrees between one planet to the other in astrological terms, and a trine is a flowing aspect, means it makes life easier. So the sun at the moment, which is in Gemini, is making a beautiful flowing or a trine aspect to Pluto in Aquarius. Now, this is really going to affect all the air signs, which are Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, and also the opposite sign of Gemini, which is Sagittarius. So it's a time when some great ideas can sort of come into your life, but it's also a time of being able to transform your life. So if there's been issues that you've had going on in your life for a number of years, whether it's been a family situation or whether it's been a work situation or just struggling with yourself, now you're going to find that there's going to be some breakthroughs, and they're going to come in the form of something that's unusual or unexpected, because we've got the Aquarian energy here. It's like you're going to sit back and say, well, wow, I didn't expect it to go that well, or I didn't expect it to be that way. All of a sudden, we've had a breakthrough, and it's literally nothing that you've changed or done differently, maybe just other than you let it go. You let it go. You didn't allow it to sort of infiltrate your life or cause you any grief in any way or cause you any worry or concern. You just in a sense, emotionally detached from it and let it go, which is what the Aquarian energy is. And then it's bounced back in a completely different way to the way that you expected. It's like Pluto has started to do his dance there and brought it back to you in a completely different way, where all of a sudden, whatever the issue or whatever the blockage was, it's like it's been neutralized or removed out of the road. I'm not saying that this is going to be a permanent arrangement, but what I'm saying is at the moment we can get some breakthrough energy there, and it may very well be, the new norm. How do we know that? Because we haven't really seen the magic of what Pluto is going to do in Aquarius yet. Is his role to just come in and disrupt everything, tip everything upside down, transform it in that way, but is it going to be permanent? No one really knows yet. As we start to work more with Pluto and Aquarius over the coming 20 odd years, it will become clearer. But for the moment, I would like to look at it in a way that maybe Pluto's role here is to come in and shake everything up and, give it a good shake and see where the pieces fall, see where the dominoes fall on the board, and then we'll move forward from there. That maybe nothing is meant to be set in concrete. Maybe it's meant to be, changeable and, move with the times and become modern and become different. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. We also have the sun also making another flowing aspect, which is known as a sextile, which means it's 60 degrees apart, to the sun is also making a lovely sextile to Mars. Now, Mars is the planet of action. So it's always interesting when we see Mars in a chart where it's sort of asking us to take control of things. It's asking us to do something different in our lives. So Sun and Mars here making this lovely aspect is really, really, really positive, I feel, because it's asking us to sort of get up off the couch, do something different. It's the time of action. Now, that goes for all the 12 signs. If you really sort of feel as if you've been sort of dragging the chain a little bit recently, well, now's the time to get up off the couch and start to move those projects along. While you've got this lovely flowing energy between Sun and Mars, it sort of says, anything is possible at the moment. The energy levels are there. People are listening. People have got their listening ears back on now that Mercury's gone direct again, which is amazing that, suddenly, all of a sudden, the communication started to flow again, and which was really nice. So we also have Jupiter conjunct Pluto, and it's really, really interesting because we've got so many things happening at the moment in astrology that there's just so much sort of going on, because we've got Jupiter in Taurus and we've also got Pluto in Aquarius. That's sort of like there's opportunities there abounding for lots and lots of people at the moment. So it's really, really positive at how things are going on. And it's good to see that things are going to start to sort of move forward now as we move forward through the zodiac. We've got Venus It's really, really interesting astrologically at the moment, because it's an exciting time of the year, because we've got the sun that's just gone into Gemini. Now, the sun in Gemini is a really exciting time of the year because it's when we have new ideas come. It doesn't matter what your star sign is. We start to find that the ideas come thick and fast. It's like a slideshow. Bang, 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 bang. Things just go so very, very quickly. Now, we've got the sun in Gemini making a beautiful flowing aspect to Pluto in Aquarius. Now, this is really interesting because what we talk about by a flowing aspect is a trine. So it's 120 degrees apart between the two planets at the moment, and they're both in air signs. So it's really flowing nicely. So any of the air signs, Gemini, Aquarius, and Libra. I nearly forgot Librians. How can we forget our darling little Librian friends? And of course, the opposite sign of Sagittarius. So it's a time when we can have some amazing breakthroughs, because the sun is asking us to be truly who we are, to sort of come and perform and be who we are and be chatty and be friendly and all those sort of things. And Pluto's a planet of transformation. Now, it's really hard to sort of describe how Pluto's going to work over, his time that he's going to be in Aquarius, because he won't actually officially officially go into Aquarius and stay in Aquarius till 2024, and will be there for a very, very long reign of over 20 years. And because there's not a lot of stuff written or taught about Pluto and Aquarius, because he does move so slowly, he takes 224 years to go around the zodiac, and we haven't seen him in all the signs over the time since people have been documenting information on astrology. So I can only sort of assume that Pluto here is going to come in and going to transform things in an Aquarian sort of fashion. And the Aquarian fashion is sudden, unusual, unexpected, a different perspective, a different way of looking at things. So I feel that we're going to be in for an exciting time. So if you're in any one of those 4 signs, now is the time where some amazing things can start to happen in your life. If there's been a blockage in a family relationship or family relationships, or if there's been blockages at work or blockages with your partner, or just sort of feeling as if people aren't listening to you, now could be the time to get that message across, where people are going to start to really focus on what it is that you're saying, that, you know, all of a sudden people are interested in finding out a little bit more about you. And that can be a good thing. That's not always a negative. That can sometimes be very much a positive in our lives, where we can start to sort of work forward and sort of say to ourselves, this is a very different life. This is a very different way of approaching things. And this is good. We also have the sun making a lovely aspect, a smaller flowing aspect called the sextile to Mars. Now, this also indicates to me that we've got opportunities abound. This is for all the 12 signs. If you want to get up off the couch, if you want to start to make things happen, now's the time. You've got energy and determination and drive on your side to sort of move forward. So it's the time to be able to do that, and to be able to enable yourself to be able to sort of start to bring together the things that you want to bring together. We have Venus conjunct holding hands, the moon, which is also conjunct the part of fortune, which is known as the Arabian parts. And this is showing us the way forward. This is where we can gain the maximum out of our lives. Now, this is connected, they're all connected at the moment in the energy of Cancer. So this is going to affect the water signs, Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. So Venus is the planet of love and affection. If you've been searching for love, and if you're looking to sort of bring more loving energy into your life, now is the perfect time, particularly if you're one of those 4 signs. The opposite sign would be Capricorn. Now, I'm going to sort of expand this right out and suggest to you that this goes right across the 12 signs. If you're seeking love at the moment, then you've got to look for love in areas where people feel secure, where people feel comfortable. And one of the first things that springs to mind about where people feel comfortable and secure to me is eating out, is, you know, having a meal out, sort of going to a place where it's homely, it feels comfortable, you have comforting food, or you enjoy the menu, or you enjoy the music, or you're enjoying the theatre, something that makes you feel at home, something that makes you feel emotionally secure. So this is where you need to be searching for love if you're looking for a new love relationship. It's not the time to go out on that hike and do something on your own, or join the kayaking group that, you know, going down the rapids, because that's sort of very sort of individual type of things. You need to be going where crowds are, where people feel homely, feel secure, and feel as if that they want to stay a while. So it's things like that. Anything that you think that fits that is where you should be going at the moment, and it's good. We also still have Neptune in Pisces, so for all out and a mind, it's a negative time missing on our day because we've too long. I think we've been sort of locked up and sort of present and sort of worrying about what's around the next. Okay, so we need to allow the creative juices to flow, because it's really, really important that we keep this flowing in our lives with things that we want to sort of explore and achieve for you. It's important. I'm going to tell you please enroll your, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Are you Okay, we're going to talk with Ali in Roslyn in New York. Are you there, Ali?
Yes, I'm right here.
Lala. Sorry I mispronounced your name, sweetie. Do you have a question I can work with and I can help you with tonight?
Yeah. So I have a question, and I don't know. I've never done this before. This is like my first time. So I was obviously married, and I lost my husband, and I don't have closure on why he passed away. And I wanted to ask you if there's any way you could tap in and see like what happened, and so I could just get an understanding of that.
Okay, look, it's a really complex subject. It's not something happy in the minutes to with you. What I can tell you is that I don't know that you're really going to get complete answer to this. The first one I'm picking up is this going to be much. You give sort of some sort of answer, and that opens up behind. I'm assuming it was starting with your husband. He's come to me, he doesn't know enough what happened. It was sort of Alara, it's interesting because the little bit of information that your husband's coming through with me from the other side is that he's got question marks about it too. He doesn't seem to understand what happened. He says to me, I was here 1 minute and gone the next. And it's like he's still sitting there scratching his head saying, I just don't understand this. So the only thing that I can share with you is what he's given to me. And he's more focused on telling you that he loves you and misses you. This wasn't the way it was meant to be. This wasn't how our story was supposed to end. And he doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand why this happened. So I know that's probably not enough answers for what you're sort of searching for, but that's what he's giving me. I give you what he doesn't know. So is there some sort of official investigation around this?
Sorry, I can't hear you clearly. You keep breaking up.
Yeah, we've got a bad line from Australia today, unfortunately. Was there some sort of official investigation there from your husband's your husband's passing?
No, well, that's the thing. He just died within 28 hours. I don't have any closure of like what happened.
Yeah, I know.
He was a healthy guy.
Yeah, but what he was sharing with me was he doesn't know he hasn't got any answers either. He keeps saying to me, I was here 1 minute and gone the next. And he's scratching his head saying, I don't know what happened. And that's why I thought, well, maybe potentially there was some other further investigation on an official level that maybe could give you some answers, because he doesn't have any either.
He doesn't have any answers either.
No, he doesn't. The most important thing that he kept saying to me was, please tell her I love her, I miss her. This is not how our story was supposed to end. He had no inkling of this was, there was nothing that he ignored health-wise or anything like that that could have led to this. He still doesn't understand it himself. He's still mystified at why he's gone. He believes he shouldn't be gone. He should be there with you living his life.
So it wasn't anything that like happened around COVID or like he got sick that he ignored or something like that?
No, because if it was a health issue that he ignored, and if he'd say contracted COVID and got, early symptoms of that, he would have shared that with me. He was sitting there saying to me, I literally don't know. I was here 1 minute, healthy 1 minute, and gone the next. It was sort of like turning a light switch off, was how he showed it to me, that's how quickly he passed over. And he has no answers for it. Look, I'm really sorry for your loss, sweetie, and I wish I could be more help, but I can only share with you what he shares with me. And he was more pushy in a way of wanting to let you know he loves you, he misses you, and this is not how it was meant to end. He's feeling very bad for the fact that he's gone away and left you, and it wasn't meant to be this way, sweetie. So I suppose all that you can do is just go with what you know, and you haven't got any answers. I mean, if it was during COVID, okay, that may be a potential answer, but one would think that the medical teams that pronounced him gone would give you some inclination to say, well, that's what it was. They gave you nothing, I believe. Anyway, we're going to talk with Marusa in Sioux City. Are you there?
Hello?
Hello. This is
Yes,
Amanda.
hello, can you hear
Do you
me?
have a question I can answer for you, sweetie? Do you have a
Um,
question I can answer for you?
is my boyfriend cheating on me?
Okay. I don't believe your boyfriend's cheating on you. I just don't believe that he is giving you emotionally what you need. I think he's sort of the type of person that he takes a bold step, and he's really sort of connected and really focused on the relationship, and then all of a sudden he hits the panic button, and emotionally then he sort of withdraws, he shuts down, he pulls away, he doesn't sort of contact you as much, he's not as there for you as he should be, and this makes it very difficult for you to understand why all of a sudden it's gone from being really amazing to all of a sudden there's virtually nothing. It's just him, it's just the way he's emotionally wired. He gets overwhelmed, he gets into a panic, and he just sort of shuts down. I know that he cares for you. I don't know that I'd put love in the same sentence. He's not the sort of person to run around and tell everybody he loves them. He's that's sort of something that he shows in his actions, not necessarily in his words, but he feels at times that you're a little bit too demanding, that you want more than what he can give. And I'm not saying you are too demanding. I'm saying this is what he's sharing with me, that he gets a little bit overwhelmed, and that sort of makes him shut down again too, because he sort of feels he can't give you what you need. So has there been other changes in his life recently? Because I'm seeing question marks around the work situation. So to me, when it's usually presented that way, it usually means that they're either questioning changing their job, or there's about to be a change of job, or there's just been a change of job. So has he talked to you about the potential of maybe finding a new job?
He's in Louisiana right now, so like I don't know what he's doing down there. But we kind of had like a little fight or whatever, and he left town.
Okay. But I think that's, he's gone to clear his head, but I do think he's going to take a new job soon, and I think that will settle things down a lot more. I can hear your beautiful little one in the background.
Yeah.
So you've got your hands full with the little one, and I mean, I suppose this is really difficult when you don't know what your boyfriend's thinking and what's going on. You don't know which way your life's heading either, do you?
Yeah.
Look, I think you'll be home soon, and I think you'll be home soon with some answers. But, sweetie, you got to understand he's not the sort of person that can handle a lot of emotion. It's like filling a glass up with water. It can only hold so much, and then it overflows. Well, when his emotions get to the point of overflowing, he just shuts everything down. He just closes everything off and just doesn't talk to anybody. And that's his coping mechanism, where you're a talker. You like to talk things out and understand why things haven't, why things aren't going as well as what they could be. And I understand that. But for him, it's not the way that he likes to do things. So is he the baby's dad?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Because I know, every time I sort of said to him, what about the little one? He had a beautiful smile on his face. So that's not the issue. And I mean, men are wired differently to women. I mean, we're sort of certainly, I believe, the stronger sex particularly when it comes to emotions and dealing with grown-up problems. We seem to be able to handle it better and do 10 things at once, where a lot of times the male species can only do one thing at a time, and that not always very well. So, you've got to make allowances for that. And I mean, I don't know that he was brought up in a household where there was a lot of love or a lot of communication. So he hasn't really got anything to base being able to give something in a loving relationship, because he wasn't taught that, sweetheart. So it's sort of almost like, in a sense, I know you've got a little one, but it's almost like your partner in life is another little one that you've got to emotionally nurture and care for and help him understand how to become a grown-up. So, you've got two children at different ages, sort of thing. So, I know you truly love him, and I know he truly loves you, and it's not going to be an easy road, but I do believe it's a road where we can start to get more clarity. And I certainly do not believe, from what he's shown me, that he's cheated on you in any way. That's not what he's about. It's more the fact that he just became overwhelmed, just had a Barney, and he took off. It's sort of like, and he's sitting there now wondering what on earth he's doing all that long way from home. Should he go home? Should he stay? And I think he'll be home before you know it. So, and there's a new job on the horizon, which I think will make things a hell of a lot better for you. So, the two of you, I think, still between now and the end of the year, I still think you're going to have some rocky patches, but I think the rocky patches are going to become further and further apart. So everything will start to move forward. So that's where we're going to leave our callers for this week. It's been a really, really interesting week. Lots of high emotions, things moving, things changing with, the sun moving into Gemini, certainly livening everything up. And people are sort of getting out and about, as I said, a lot more. I know in the northern hemisphere you're moving into your warmer months. We're heading into our colder months, so I don't particularly like winter, but anyway, we have to have some cold weather sometimes. So this week I want to leave you with a very, very old song, but one of my favorites, and this takes me back to my teenage years. That's showing my age now, but it was a very, very popular song, and many people have done covers of this song, but I don't think there's anything like the original, which is Without You by Harry Nilsson. So until next week, I hope you enjoy the week. I hope you do something that brings a smile to your face, and don't forget to be kind to each other. That's the most important thing. So don't forget to put Harry Nilsson on your turntable or on your device and listen to Without You. Bye for now.
Accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
It is so exciting for me to be here. I've waited a long time to do this show, and I'm so excited for you all to join me for my very first time. I am Renee Johnson. I am with Full Circle Wellness. I talk mind, body, spirit. It's truth and all things healing. This is a place to feel safe and comfortable. I do take callers at other shows, and it would be wonderful for you to call in with any questions, or if you have suggestions even, we are all in this together, and I'm just really excited to be here. So thank you for that. So what I'd like to talk about tonight is what's the dearest to my heart is mind, body, spirit. We all talk about our bodies and how we look and our appearance and, how we dress and this sort of thing. And it's interesting to me that oftentimes people don't really talk about their spirit, about their gifts and what we've been given. We've all came in, I believe, in hold